ALL to 321321. That's all to 321321.
Are you trying to buy a new home, or are you a local real estate agent seeking financing for a client? We're all tired of dealing with banks, credit unions, and endless guidelines. Wouldn't it be nice to go back in time when we had common sense lending? Hi, I'm Scott Rureka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We are one of the largest local private portfolio lenders in Washington. We've helped thousands of home buyers and real estate investors reach their financial goals by leveraging the Legacy Common Sense borrowing platform. What that means is we lend our own money, we make our own decisions. If your deal makes sense, we'll get it done. Whether you're purchasing a new piece of real estate or refinancing an existing loan, bridge loans, construction, or regular home loan, it doesn't have to be as difficult as banks and lenders make it. If you're trying to grow wealth through real estate acquisition, come talk to the experts in private lending.
Call 425-635-4700 or LegacyG.com. Legacy Group Capital, your common sense lender. LegacyG.com.
Hey, Brock Ewart here with my buddy Dave Taylor from First Mark Insurance. So glad, so thankful that Molly and I made the call. Had heard so many First Mark Challenge victories, we needed to take that challenge. What does happen from your perspective when that caller, when that email, when that person reaches out to you for a First Mark Challenge victory?
That's a great question. So there's several steps we go through in the process. The first step is we're going to gather information, find out all we can about that client and what their needs are. The next step is we will go out to the market. We have dozens and dozens of carriers that will compete for the business. At the end of that process, we will then bring those findings back to the customer, show them what we found, and who the eventual winner was in that competition.
And it may be who they're with.
It might be, yes. And sometimes that's the best we can do is recommend they stay where they are, but maybe modify a few coverages to put them in a better position.
So go take that challenge today. Go be the next First Mark Challenge victory. It costs you nothing, and they will be there with you every step of the way. FirstMarkInsurance.com. FirstMarkInsurance.com.
Oh. In a heartwarming display of compassion and determination, 10-year-old Kendall Reed from Addison, New York, has gone above and beyond to support local veterans, and her entire community is celebrating her remarkable efforts. According to sunnyskies.org, since early April, Kendall has been working tirelessly to collect essentials for veterans at the Bath VA, including socks, T-shirts, and underwear. What began as a goal to gather 230 of each item quickly turned into something much bigger thanks to the overwhelming generosity of the Addison community and surrounding areas. With the support of her parents, Kendall has held craft sales, made and sold homemade gnomes and candles, and even organized bake sales where she pitched in on the baking herself. The result? She not only met her goal, she surpassed it. Her kindness and leadership haven't gone unnoticed. The Addison Fire Department named her Citizen of the Year, and the Village of Addison recently held a celebration at the community center in her honor. That'll do it for this hour. For Nicole Murray and Dave Duncan, I'm Mike Gavin. Thanks for listening to This Morning, America's First News.
Hey, it's John Curley with Dr. Kopstein from K2 Vision RLE. Doc, I heard that 50% of Americans have their lenses replaced by the time they're 75.
That's exactly right, John. As we near 50, our eye's natural lens starts to become dysfunctional. If you've now added readers to your need for glasses and contacts, it's a sign the quality and function of your natural lens is fading, and it's a steady decline towards cataracts.
Don't go another 20 plus years with poor vision, hassling with contacts and readers. Do what I did. Choose a quick, painless refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision RLE and start enjoying great vision now.
Our new lens technology is truly amazing. After replacing over 100,000 lenses, we have the experience to guide each patient to their best solution, even if that's recommending you wait a little while before RLE.
K2 Vision RLE can restore distance and near vision permanently, plus never develop a cataract. Read the reviews and schedule a free Zoom consultation now at K2VisionRLE.
Your best source for local news, KIRO Newsradio, KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
Mounting pressure on Iran.
It does look increasingly likely the United States will strike.
a TikTok reprieve.
Pushing these deadlines out underscores how tricky this situation is.
Hockey heaven.
The Florida Panthers with their second consecutive Stanley Cup.
Good morning. I'm Steve Kathan. With the CBS World News Roundup, President Trump has called for Iran's unconditional surrender. And sources tell CBS News he is thinking about ordering U.S. forces to attack the country's nuclear facilities. CBS News White House correspondent Ed O'Keefe says the president met with his national security team.
The president's main focus in that meeting, whether the U.S. should join Israel in striking Iranian nuclear sites, according to multiple sources. Doing so would appear to go against Trump's longstanding vow not to engage the U.S. in new foreign wars. But joining the attacks would help fulfill his goal of ensuring Iran cannot develop a nuclear weapon. Now, one U.S. military option would be to help Israel destroy the Fordow nuclear enrichment site, built deep inside a mountain about 60 miles southwest of Tehran.
Iran's supreme leader warned today of irreparable damage if the United States intervenes. From Tel Aviv, CBS's Deborah Patta reports Israeli warplanes attacked more targets in Iran.
This is an unprecedented aerial war fought across hundreds of miles. Overnight, a barrage of Israeli missiles streaked across the skies of Tehran, taken out by Iran's air defense system. Iran retaliated with another wave of its own missiles. Sirens blared here in Israel, warning they were on the way. Then intercepted in Tel Aviv, Jerusalem, and the occupied West Bank.
The family of former Minnesota House Speaker Melissa Hortman blames her weekend murder on politics. CBS's Lily Luciano spoke with her parents and brother.
We knew that they had been shot. We couldn't find out where they were. We chased around to hospitals trying to find them.
We looked at each other and realized the reason they weren't in the hospital is
because
they weren't
there.
alive.
The police got their man, but we didn't get my sister back. My mom didn't get her baby back. It just hurts.
It's unfixable, but she has a legacy. It's warming and reaffirming to hear the wonderful things that people say. But, you know, it will never be the same.
How would you like people to honor your sister?
I was very appreciative when I went down to the Capitol and saw all the flowers that people had brought. I just remember how she was willing to work with others to compromise.
How would you like to see this moment and perhaps the ultimate sacrifice that your daughter and son-in-law and brother-in-law made change this country?
If only it could. The division needs to end.
The White House says President Trump intends to sign an order this week to extend the deadline for TikTok's Chinese owner to divest the video sharing app for another 90 days. CBS News tech contributor Ian Scher.
Where this will all go is still unclear. There hasn't been a winning bid for TikTok since the pressure campaign began. And in the meanwhile, this app has become one of the most influential social networks on the planet.
Trump has said he thinks China's president will ultimately approve a deal to divest TikTok's business in the U.S. Federal Reserve policymakers are expected to keep their key interest rate unchanged today for the fourth straight time as they wrap up a two-day meeting. CBS's Kelly O'Grady.
Really what we're looking for from the Federal Reserve is how many interest rate cuts we're going to get this year. They're going to give updated economic projections and just where they see inflation in the labor market going.
In a revised estimate, the Congressional Budget Office says President Trump's tax and budget bill would increase deficits by $2.8 trillion over the next decade, $3.4 trillion if the full cost of federal borrowing is included. 4 minutes after the hour.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Don't you wish your life came with a warning app?
Stop. That dog does not want to be petted.
Just a little heads up before something bad happens.
Move your coffee cup away from your computer.
Oh, no. So you can have more control.
Stop. You're texting your boss by mistake.
Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. With early diagnosis and a few healthy changes like managing your weight, getting active, stopping smoking, and eating healthier, you can stop prediabetes before it leads to type 2 diabetes. It's easy to learn your risk. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org.
Warning, the cap is loose on that catch-up.
Don't wait. You have the power to change the outcome. Visit doihaveprediabetes.org today. That's doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its prediabetes awareness partners.
Back to normal for the most part in Los Angeles.
The mayor just lifted the curfew, so we're back to regular hours. Right? All right.
That bar owner had the news for his employees. The mayor imposed the 10 p.m. curfew last week after police clashed with anti-ICE protesters. President Trump called in the National Guard and 200 Marines. In New York, city official and Democratic candidate for mayor Brad Lander was arrested by agents at an immigration court after he linked arms with a man who was in the process of being detained.
We are normalizing family separation. We are normalizing due process rights violations. We are normalizing the destruction of constitutional democracy, and we're not going to stand by and let it happen.
After several hours, Lander was released. A federal judge has blocked the Trump administration from refusing to issue passports to transgender and non-binary people that reflect their gender identities. Overseas, a tragic chapter of Ireland's past is being unearthed at a former institution for unwed mothers.
Specialists in Ireland's County Galway have begun preparations for the excavation of what's believed to be a mass burial of newborns and toddlers up to 3 years of age at the site of one of the many now notorious mother and baby homes run by the Catholic Church. The remains were discovered 9 years ago, dumped in a disused sewage tank. Family members and survivors will be allowed to watch the work from a distance. Vicki Barker, CBS News, London.
A woman known for her work in TV kitchens, a spiky hairdo, and outsized personality has died.
Anne Burrell was a fixture on the Food Network.
Oh my God, this is like Groundhog Day.
Best known as a longtime host of Worst Cooks in America, turning not-so-great cooks...
Your fish is under-seasoned, your caponata is under-seasoned...
into better ones. She was on a number of other Food Network shows, most recently the competition series House of Knives. Chef Anne Burrell died at her home in Brooklyn at 55 years old. Matt Piper, CBS News, New York.
For the second straight year, the Florida Panthers have won hockey's Stanley Cup.
Alexander Barkov, let's do it again.
The ceremony after the Panthers beat the Edmonton Oilers 5-1 to take the cup in 6 games. Time on the roundup, 8 past the hour.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. 783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Plenty of people mistakenly leave stuff behind at the airport, from belts in the security line to electronic devices at the gates. But sometimes it's a treasured thing that's not easily replaced.
April Schmidt had returned to Pittsburgh after 17 days on the road.
As I went to retrieve my bag from the carousel, my hand got stuck between the suitcase and the edge of the carousel.
On the ride home, she realized her diamond was missing.
It was devastating. I literally felt sick to my stomach.
She went back to the airport to search for it, to no avail. She went home, but the employees kept up the search for 4 hours until they found April's diamond and called her.
Literally, my jaw dropped. I was ecstatic.
Christopher Cruz, CBS News.
The new Trump mobile service, which is touting American-made smartphones, has taken down its coverage map after someone realized it included the Gulf of Mexico. Trump calls it the Gulf of America. That's the roundup. I'm Steve Kathan, CBS News.
KIRO Newsradio 97.3 FM, Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and mynorthwest.com.
Good morning. I'm Katrina Gashard. A car plunged off the Edmonds Ferry dock during a police chase, killing at least one person. KIRO 7 TV's Brooke Griffin reports outside the Edmonds-Kingston Ferry Terminal.
Witnesses say around 11:30 last night they were driving through town when several deputies flew past them with lights and sirens. The witness says he decided to follow the deputies down to the ferry dock to see what was going on.
And the ferry showed up, but they wouldn't let it land, and so it was just kind of floating around out here a little bit aimlessly. It was doing little circles and then eventually came back, and it was shining its tracking light on the water, I think presumably trying to help them find people or whatever.
State Patrol says at least one person who was inside that car is now dead. They haven't said how many people were in the car at the time.
Right now, we do know that the 535 Edmonds Bainbridge ferry is expected to run for now. In Island County, a person is missing after a large home explosion in Oak Harbor. KIRO 7 TV's Brandon Thompson reports the explosion happened last night and the house is a total loss.
Neighbors reporting a massive explosion and big flames, and that's exactly what fire crews found when they arrived. 3 people were reportedly in the home. 2 managed to escape with minor injuries, but the last person has still not been found. Fire teams have been on scene for hours, monitoring the hot spots and trying to find that person.
A shooting outside Tacoma's Lincoln High School sent one teen to the hospital Tuesday. Police did not confirm the victim is a student at the school. A witness says he saw what led up to the gunfire.
Some fool come outside. He said, "F your gang," and then started shooting.
Police say the victim went to a nearby business for help and has non-life-threatening injuries. The gunman is still on the run. A Washington State Patrol trooper will face charges after turning in front of a motorcycle and crashing into it while driving her personal car off duty. This happened back in March in Richland. The crash resulted in the death of a 20-year-old rider. According to court documents, Washington State Patrol trooper Sarah Clayson was drunk hours after the crash. This is from body camera footage that happened just before her arrest.
So I'm just going to run you through some voluntary field sobriety tests if you're willing to, okay?
Yeah, I don't think I want to do any.
Spokane County Chief Criminal Deputy Preston McCollum says charges are coming, but it's not clear exactly when. Clayson is currently on administrative leave from the Washington State Patrol. Seattle City Council is going to take another week to refine a proposed ban on a rental pricing software. The measure was based on one introduced at the state level. Councilmember Bob Kettle says it was developed too quickly.
I just have way too many examples on public safety where Olympia has failed us. So I do not believe in the general point of Olympia has vetted this, so therefore it's okay.
The ban proposal comes as corporate landlords using RealPage software have been accused of working together to keep rent prices high. Meantime, the Downtown Seattle Association has released new data on ambassadors over the past year, highlighting their efforts to help Seattle shine. Spokesperson James Cito says last fiscal year, the 165 ambassadors welcomed more than 1 million visitors to downtown, helped 47,000 tourists with directions, cleaned up more than 1 million gallons of trash, and removed nearly 49,000 graffiti tags and stickers.
We need to step on the gas when it comes to taking advantage of the momentum we have and make sure that it remains a delightful experience for people.
Seattle's Downtown Ambassador program has been in place since 1999. Now to a blowout victory for the Mariners yesterday. The M's beat the Boston Red Sox by a score of 8-0. Mariners catcher Kyle Raleigh continued his hot season, bringing in 6 of the 8 runs, including this grand salami in the second inning.
And Buehler delivers, swing and a high drive deep to right field. Anthony going back to the warning track near the wall. It is grand salami time. Goodbye, baseball. Grandma, get out that rye bread and mustard and make another sandwich.
The M's look to win the series this afternoon against the Red Sox. First pitch at T-Mobile Park is at 1:10. Of course, catch all the action on our sister station, 710 Seattle Sports. And now for your KIRO Newsradio real-time traffic. Everett to Bellevue, about 30 minutes right now. Edmonds to Seattle, 20. And Marysville to Seattle, about 32 minutes. And for your KIRO Newsradio forecast on this Wednesday morning, cloudy skies early, then partly cloudy this afternoon. Highs a bit cooler than yesterday. Close to 70. Right now, it's about 49 in downtown Seattle. And coming up, CBS business analyst Jill Schlesinger with some advice for finding a financial advisor. That's next. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with the KIRO Newsradio app. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News.
This hour of Seattle's Morning News is brought to you by Closets by Design Seattle.
The Jake and Spike Show.
Weekdays, noon to 3.
Seattle is the nation's most male-skewed major city. There's more men in Seattle. They say in the article here, they said the most masculine city, but I absolutely disagree with that.
You've seen the men in this town.
Exactly.
Please. It's not like it's 80-20.
No,
that's when it's hard to meet a lady.
That's true.
When there's 4 guys for every girl. That's when it's here come the bride's time.
The Jake and Spike Show.
Weekdays, noon to 3.
On KIRO News Radio 97.3 FM.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
If you want that summer body you've always dreamed of, then this message is for you, ladies, and you men too. Get rid of extra stubborn fat and address areas of loose skin around the waistline, chin, and under the upper arms with ProSculpt, the new one-day instant permanent fat removal and skin tightening treatment. Maybe you've tried the lasers, fat freezing methods, even those new pills, but without the desired results. ProSculpt is different. It's minimally invasive, performed while fully awake, gentle, yet powerful. Designed to target the waistline, chin, neck, arms, and thighs, ProSculpt uses FDA-cleared plasma technology to deliver immediate, permanent fat-reducing and skin-tightening results, all in just one visit. If you want that summer body this summer, then you must act now. Go to ProSculpt.com today to schedule your free consultation. Get $250 off. For instant, permanent fat reduction and skin tightening, visit ProSculpt.com.
Seattle's tradition for news and conversation. This is Seattle's Morning News with Charlie Harger and Manda Factor.
A lot of us are fine with apps and spreadsheets until we're not. At some point, even smart, capable people wonder, do I need a financial advisor? Jill Schlesinger says yes, but only if you're ready.
The CBS News business analyst and host of the Jill on Money podcast joins us to talk about the right time to get help, how to spot someone who's legit, and why fiduciary should be your new favorite F word. Good morning.
I don't want to say it's your favorite. It's just add it to your arsenal, okay? Good morning.
Good morning, Jill. So you say people should check off the big three before hiring an advisor, pay debt, build savings, max out retirement. Why are those the foundation before making this next step?
I just think that every advisor is going to tell you to do that anyway. So before you start with like some generalized planning fees and looking at different competing priorities, if you've got outstanding credit card debt or student loans or an auto loan that's high interest and you haven't established that emergency reserve fund, I think that every advisor worth their salt would say, hey, you got to tackle those. Now, of course, the other piece of this is that a lot of people think they're going to go to a financial advisor and it's going to kind of solve their number one issue, which is like, I just need to get right with my money, which usually means I got to get a handle on how much money I'm spending. They're not going to do that for you, meaning it's like going to a nutritionist. They're not going to tell you what you're eating. You have to tell them that. So you have to do some of this work yourself in order to prepare, even to engage with a financial professional.
You make a strong case, Jill, for the word fiduciary. Why isn't that the industry standard?
Oh, boy. We have a couple of hours. Because it is a standard. Okay, so let's just define it. A fiduciary is somebody who is held to a duty of care that requires that person, the person providing advice, to act in your best interest, even if doing so is not in their own or their company's best interest. Now, for years, we had something in the financial services industry called suitability. So if I say to you, hey, you should use a 529 plan, that is suitable advice because you've told me that you want to help send your kids to college. So use a Section 529 plan to save for college. Suitable advice for anyone who articulates that as a goal. If I'm a fiduciary, I have to go one step further and say, oh, if you want to actually use a 529 plan, the best, most efficient way to do that is to go direct to your state and use that state's plan, your state of Washington, use that plan, and that is the cheapest, best way to do it. Whereas somebody who's not held to the fiduciary standard might say, and I can buy that 529 plan for you. And that's a big difference because the fiduciary has to tell you if there's a conflict of interest. Like if you said to the fiduciary, oh, can't you just do that for me? The fiduciary would say, yeah, I could do it for you, but it's going to cost you money. And I'm going to make money doing it. And it's so easy to do. Let me show you how. As opposed to the suitable person who's like, yeah, I can do that for you, and just takes the commission from the place where you put the money. That's a big difference to me. And that's why I think fiduciary is one of those duties that doesn't mean that the person's going to be a great financial planner or advisor, but it's a nice hurdle that somebody is held to.
So if someone does decide to hire a planner, how do you recommend we find the right fit?
There are a few different places to look for financial planners, and one is through the Certified Financial Planner Board of Standards, where you can go to a website called letsmakeaplan.org. And I think that's a very easy place to find someone in your neighborhood. There is also a designation from the CPA board, which AICPA, and that is called a personal financial specialist. So AICPA.org. And, if someone is a member of something called the National Association of Personal Financial Advisors, NAPFA, NAPFA.org, they are always held to the fiduciary standard of care at all times.
Jill, before we let you go, Iran and Israel attacked each other again overnight. How is this going to affect the markets and the price of oil?
Well, what we saw on Friday was that stocks went down, oil went up. What we're seeing this morning is after a couple of days, investors maybe trying to suss out where the real issues are in terms of the economic impact of these attacks. And I think we're mostly focused on the oil market because energy markets are huge in the Middle East. And most importantly, if Iran decides that they are going to block the Strait of Hormuz, that could really impact the price of oil as well as supply chains. The Strait of Hormuz is really an interesting place because about 25% of seaborne global oil supplies pass through the Strait of Hormuz. So obviously, if they're blocking the strait, that could cause oil prices to move higher, could cause a disruption to the supply chain. And importantly, I just have to say that even with the sell-off in crude oil, we are still only down. We are still down, not only, but we are down from last year. So we saw a surge on Friday. We're still down 1% from a year ago. Gas prices are down about 35 cents a gallon from a year ago. So, we are in a very interesting place for the economy as the Fed begins its meeting tomorrow, its two-day meeting. I don't think they're going to do anything, but it does feel like we're on the precipice of something changing. We're just not sure whether the Fed is more concerned about perhaps prices rising because of tariffs and now the Middle East, or if they're more concerned about the labor market slowing down.
That sounds like job security for you, Jill. You are going to be a busy, busy person. Jill Schlesinger.
I can only hope so.
CBS News. Jill, thanks for your time today.
Take care.
For your KIRO News radio forecast, cloudy skies early this morning, then partly cloudy this afternoon. Highs will be close to 70 right now. It's about 49 in downtown Seattle. Coming up, G-Scott on the median cost of living in Seattle going up. That's next. I'm Katrina Kashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
If you need to hire, you know it takes time. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. You simply pick a time and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day.
Try Zip Intro for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
William is one of millions of Americans who uses GoodRx to save on the cost of their prescriptions.
My oldest daughter, Camilla, 2 days old, she had to have open heart surgery. All of a sudden, she's on 5 different medications. It adds up at the end of the month. Me and the pharmacist got so tight. She said, GoodRx save you a lot of money. Saving that extra $200-300 a month. We're able to do all these extra activities, so it puts less stress on our household, and it puts less stress on our pockets.
Download the free app or visit GoodRx.com and start saving today. GoodRx user compensated for their time. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance.
This could be the oddest gift anyone's ever given me.
But I'll bet you use it.
When the time is right, I suppose.
That's the idea.
A plunger.
An Apollo plumbing plunger.
Free for me?
Actually, free to everyone we visit.
Because?
We believe some things you can do on your own.
And if this plunger can't fix it?
Apollo Plumbing will.
Just like that.
You call, we come. It's fixed.
Wouldn't you rather I just call?
You're welcome to.
Okay.
But for a simple backup?
Something I can solve myself?
Try your free plunger.
I'll admit it's kind of spiffy.
Apply a little pressure.
And if it still won't clear?
Call Apollo Plumbing.
The Ready Right Now plumbers.
Our big blue trucks come stocked full of fixes.
And a plunger-wielding plumber.
A clean screen, trained and trustworthy Apollo plumber.
They come in a jiffy?
Arriving when promised to put plumbing problems in your past.
And give me a free plunger.
That too.
You know, I kind of like this plunger.
I'm sure it'll come in handy.
Just like Apollo Plumbing.
ApolloPlumbing.com.
It's all too common of an occurrence. You need some work done on your home, so you call 3 contractors. Someone didn't even show up to provide an estimate. Another gave you a quote that changed twice. So you settle on the third, who left behind a mess you're still trying to clean up. At Valentine Roofing, we know you don't just want someone to complete your job. You deserve the one, because it's your home and you want it done right. Skip the headaches. Valentine Roofing is the one. At Valentine, we take pride in what we call the Valentine experience. It's 3 simple principles we focus on every day: seamless communication, meticulous cleanup, and going the extra mile. So next time you need work done on your home's exterior, remember who the one is. Valentine Roofing is the one who provides hassle-free estimates within about an hour of our arrival. We're the one who stands behind our work with a lifetime warranty, and we're the one who truly cares about your Valentine experience. So for all your roofing, siding, and gutter needs, schedule your free estimate today with the one, Valentine Roofing, by calling us at 206 Roofing.
There's a sink at the brink and a drain that's a pain.
Dayandnight.net.
The old throne's not too well, and ooh, does it smell?
Dayandnight.net.
Slow drains, backed up toilet, is your main drain or sewer clogged? Hi, I'm Bruce, General Manager of Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. Over the past 70 years, I think we've seen every drain clog out there. If your pipes aren't draining from a small fix to a major repair, our sewer and camera inspection will show exactly where the problem is. I promise you, our experienced technicians will find the issue, the right solution, and do it at a fair price. Give us a call or visit
Dayandnight.net.
I guarantee whether Day and Night is your first choice or your smart second opinion, we'll work harder than anyone to earn your trust.
If you have a drain that's slow or clogged, call Day and Night. Now you'll save $50 off any drain cleaning. Slow or clogged drains? You know where to go.
Dayandnight.net.
Well, I'm sure by now you've heard interviews with a whole lot of people who took the First Mark Challenge and saved so much money on their insurance and got better coverage too. We call them First Mark victories. Well, I took the First Mark Challenge too, and I'm thrilled to say that First Mark is saving us thousands. Now, that's what I call a victory. You know, I was with the same agent for so long, I simply assumed they were working hard to get me the best coverage and save me money. But it wasn't the case, and you should find out too by taking the First Mark Insurance Challenge. First Mark works for you, not the insurance carriers. First Mark will fully analyze your current coverage, making sure you're not overpaying for the wrong coverage, which could leave you at risk for financial loss. Then they carefully search the market, dozens of major carriers to find you the best fit, and that's it. First Mark Insurance has helped thousands of families successfully manage the complicated world of insurance and save them thousands, me included. Be the next First Mark Challenge victory. Take the First Mark Challenge right now. It's totally free. Go to firstmarkinsurance.com. First Mark Insurance. They work for you.
Do you notice sounds coming from your crawl space or attic, or possibly stale or foul odors in your home? This could be that rodents have gotten into your attic and crawl and have made it their home. They tear up the insulation to make nests to have babies. They contaminate it with their biological waste, which can be harmful to your health. And they ruin your home's energy blanket, costing you thousands of dollars a year. If you even think you may have a problem, call Insulation Northwest today, and we will come to your home as soon as tomorrow and perform a free, no-obligation inspection to determine what the problem is. This inspection normally costs $199, but it's yours free just for calling today. If we discover any problem with rodents in your home, we can get them out and keep them out and restore your home's protective insulation blanket back to brand new condition. Let Insulation Northwest give peace and comfort back to you and your family and save you thousands of dollars in energy savings. Call Insulation Northwest today, the real insulation company.
InsulationNorthwest.com. Join the free smoothie party at Tropical Smoothie Cafe on Saturday, June 21st for National Smoothie Day. Tropic Rewards members get a free smoothie with bowl or food purchase. Terms and conditions apply.
Lori here from Guardian Roofing, Gutters, and Insulation. I'm here with good news. Protecting your home has never been easier, thanks to our flexible financing options that can fit any budget. With Guardian's acclaimed services, you can upgrade or repair your roof, gutters, attic insulation, and even prevent moss without straining your wallet. Plus, it's all backed by our Guardian Guarantee. Why wait? Start guarding your home today. Call to hear about our flexible financing options or visit guardianroofing.com.
KIRO Newsradio 97.3 FM Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and mynorthwest.com.
Good morning. I'm Katrina Gauchard. We now know 2 people are dead and 3 people are hurt after a car plunged off the Edmonds Ferry dock during a police chase. Authorities say just before 1 this morning, the vehicle sped through the terminal and into the water. Witness Connor Morgan says he has lived in Edmonds his whole life and never seen anything like this.
You could see the Mini Cooper being lifted up, and you could see just its underbelly pointed straight at the camera. It's like, wow, and water leaking out of it.
The Edmonds-Kingston ferry route will resume service as the investigation unfolds. Meanwhile, a Tacoma dad is asking that no charges be filed after his 2-year-old daughter was taken to a stranger's home over the weekend. On Saturday, a Tacoma toddler was reported missing, and an Amber Alert was issued before police tracked the child down to a man's home. Here's Sergeant John Correa.
We were told by the parents that was an unidentified person. They didn't know the person at the time, which is why we moved forward with an Amber Alert.
The man was arrested on an outstanding warrant, but the toddler's father now says he does not want the man to face kidnapping charges. The Pierce County Prosecutor's Office is reviewing evidence and doesn't expect to issue charges this week. The office says the father's input will be taken into consideration. Meanwhile, Tacoma police say this is still being treated as a kidnapping case. A former postal worker is accused of scamming people in Washington and California out of nearly $100,000. KIRO Newsradio's Frank Lindsay reports.
49-year-old Johnny Q. Wynn is charged with mail fraud and money laundering. Authorities say he targeted thousands of businesses and charities with letters that looked like they were from state agencies, instructing the recipients to pay registration and filing fees for their businesses. The U.S. Attorney's Office says Wynn got more than $82,000 out of people here in Washington and more than $8,600 from people in California. Mail fraud and money laundering are punishable by up to 20 years in prison. Frank Lindsay, KIRO News Radio.
Fire agencies across Washington state are on high alert as we enter the fire season. KIRO 7 TV's Ranji Sinha spoke with Central Pierce Fire and Rescue about the impact of this dry end to spring.
We're already experiencing small fires in the region, things that we probably wouldn't see traditionally until mid-July.
For Central Pierce Fire and Rescue, this wildfire season marks the start of a new era. After voters approved a merger, Central Pierce combined with Graham and Orting to create a new fire district, covering nearly 180 square miles with great potential for wildfires.
Much of our community is growing in the Graham area, many developments out there, and they butt up right adjacent to forest land.
We've already seen one fire in Cle Elum destroy a family's home.
This comes as you should be looking out for burn bans. KIRO 7 TV's Brandon Thompson reports Island County is already under one.
The county fire marshal issued a type 1 ban. That means no outdoor burning, even if you have a permit. Camp stoves and recreational barbecue fires, those are allowed only if those fires are in a pit.
Now for your KIRO News Radio real-time traffic. Everett to Bellevue about 32 minutes right now. Federal Way to Seattle about 28 minutes. Tacoma to Bellevue about 18 minutes. And Issaquah to Seattle about 19 minutes. And now for your forecast. Cloudy skies this morning, then partly cloudy this afternoon. Highs will be close to 70. Right now it's about 49 in downtown Seattle. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with the KIRO Newsradio App. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News. Seattle's morning news. Hear it live, stream it online, watch the show, or catch the podcast anytime on mynorthwest.com.
Says Seattle's morning news. Thanks for joining us. To live comfortably in Washington State, you need to make a decent income. They say the annual income needs to be $109,000 for a single person. They is Smart Assets 50-30-20 rule analysis. As I was telling you this, I knew G. Scott was going to have something to say about it. And what do you know? G. Scott of the G and Ursula show is here, and I just have a strange feeling you have a few thoughts.
Yeah, I do. I have a few thoughts on it. First of all, you start to hear that, and you say, okay, a single adult needs a annual pre-tax salary of $109,000. Okay, up 3%. Okay, you kind of figure that about Seattle. That didn't surprise me. But what really got me was the working families part. 2 adults, 2 kids in Seattle. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, okay. What do you need to live? $277,000?
Yep, Washington is among the top 5 most expensive states now.
That is up $20,000. So basically, you didn't say it to the family. Okay, I hope one of you guys are now making an extra $20,000 a year. And right now, Amanda, what we're dealing with in the Seattle area is the housing. That alone is up. It's 53%.
Yeah.
That is rough. So you're talking about states right now, the only states that are in front of us when it comes to single family, a single adult: Hawaii, Massachusetts, California, New York, New Jersey, and Maryland. You know, I'll stop right there. I'll stop right there because, Amanda, this is a topic that we have and talk about constantly. I know I've talked about it with you all. We're constantly coming in talking about things going up, the cost of living. And I know even people listening right now, you're probably hearing about it, but we have to talk about it. So the question is what will it take for this to slow down? Now, obviously, we have a limited housing supply in the state of Washington. That needs to be addressed like yesterday, right? But I just don't know when and if it's going to stop. It feels like it won't stop, and it feels like the only thing you can do to combat this is either A, make a lot of money, or B, move.
Well, easier said than done on both fronts, right? I can't instantly make more money, and I can't move.
No, but speaking of moving, it reminds me of gentrification. Right? That happens throughout the country. You know, there were a lot of people that lived near the city all across the country, the same people that were redlined. They had to move because they could not afford to live in those areas. And it's almost like a common day redlining. So anyway, let me get back on the positive on that things. So one of the things that I would, and I do look at myself that I try to do is Amanda, I'm actually trying my best to cut expenses.
It's hard.
Right. That is the hardest part. And I'm talking about the little things. Even sometimes there's been times in my life where I'm like, okay, a savings of $10, that's no big deal. But yes, actually a saving of $10 here, a saving of $5 there.
Adds up.
Put a cap on my Amazon spending, put a cap on my restaurant spending. I don't need a new car. Let me go get a used car. Just all of these different things. But I just know that we're constantly, time and time again, are coming in here talking about
when you say the Amazon spending, that is really difficult because it's just so easy to spend money now.
It is so easy. And I found myself, I don't know if anybody else does this, but when you're bored or you're doom scrolling and you just need something to do to pass time, you've already looked at all your social media, you've already looked at all your news, and then you're like, oh, that's right. I needed a stick of deodorant. And
it's
so you
a trap.
And you go to Amazon and you get you a stick of deodorant and you get some lipstick and you get some bleach and you get some, man, before you know it. So again, I hope Amazon starts to give, you know what Amazon could do? You know what? Amazon could really give us all some money here in the state of Washington, and that way we can all be on UBI. All right, gotta go.
Coming up, we'll have national headlines. You're listening to KIRO Newsradio.
You never know what's in store each morning once you hit the road.
We've got a major traffic alert in effect right now.
While you're getting ready every morning, make us part of your routine.
What morning, huh?
Yeah. Got off to an early start.
Just tell your smart speaker to play KIRO News Radio or stream us on the app.
Both directions of I-5 are closed.
We'll help you get where you're going faster.
Maybe bail at 512.
KIRO News Radio. We're on your smart speaker, the app, and 97.3 FM.
Spike O'Neill here with Dr. Matthew Sharp, owner of Sharp Vision Modern LASIK and Lens. Dr. Sharp, I am amazed at the brightness and the clarity that I didn't even realize I'd lost before I had my procedure. How's that even possible?
A lot of people don't realize that. As you get older, the lens not only is less flexible, but it gets less transparent. And gradually, even in our 40s, 50s, 60s, the lens variety does get less transparent. So you get more glare at night, more halos, loss of contrast sensitivity, loss of some color vision or decreased color vision.
What I was seeing.
And so when we replace that lens that gets cloudier and cloudier with a crystal clear lens, all of the light gets through, all of the clarity, all the brightness, all the colors. And again, with the multifocal lenses that we have, it's sort of like a bifocal built in, so you can see near and far.
Give the folks at Sharp Vision Modern LASIK and Lens a call at 425-451-2020 or online at sharp-vision.com. Sharp with an E-vision.com.
Oh, it is the time of the season for pests. That's right. No one likes them. No one knows where they come from, but we can all agree no one wants them in their house. Mike Salk here for Crawl Pros, and they have a full-service pest control division now called Pest Pros. They can come to your house and do a full corner-to-corner inspection, take care of any problems, just like they did at my home. This is the time of the year you'll start seeing more ants in and around your home. You may also begin hearing a little buzzing outdoors. Bees, wasps, hornets, if they make a nest on your property, that is a huge nuisance. So please don't try to take care of those nests on your own. Simply call Pest Pros to have any nest removed and destroyed professionally before the problem grows or you and your guest ends up getting stung. Pest Pros is the full-service pest control division of Crawl Pros with eco-friendly treatments to keep ants, stinging insects, and all sorts of critters from making their way into your home. If you're worried about rodents, ants, or other bugs or an issue in and around your home, call Pest Pros or visit gopestpros.com to schedule a free inspection at gopestpros.com.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
In 6/22/25, new customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
CBS News Brief. President Trump considering ratcheting up U.S. involvement in the Israel-Iran conflict, which has entered its 6th day. with intense strikes on Tehran. The BBC's Hugo Bachega.
The Israeli military had issued an evacuation order for people in Tehran's District 18, which includes military buildings and residential neighborhoods.
The G7 summit's a wrap in Canada. The BBC's James Landale from Alberta.
President Zelensky left saying diplomacy was in crisis because Russia was rejecting peace initiatives without facing any consequences.
President Trump cut out early to focus on the Middle East. Mr. Trump's expected to sign an executive order extending a deadline for 90 days for TikTok's Chinese owner to divest. Tech contributor Ian Scher.
This all started half a decade ago when President Trump accused TikTok of being a national security threat and said that he would try to ban it.
CBS News Brief. I'm Deborah Rodriguez.
For your KIRO News Radio forecast, cloudy skies early, then partly cloudy this afternoon. High will be about 67. Right now, it's about 49 in downtown Seattle. Coming up, Chris Sullivan with a choke point. A popular detour around I-405 in Bothell is about to experience some closures. All of that next. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Hello, Seattle. It's your friendly neighbor, the T-Mobile Park roof. From up here, I can see it all. Folks pouring in from the street, the sun setting over the sound, the roar of the crowd as Luis Castillo pumps his fist, and the joy of the J-Rod squad as Julio snares a deep fly ball at the wall.
He reaches up with a leap and he makes the catch!
And all the faces smiling with every perfectly grilled hot dog and swirl of soft serve. When the final out's made, I'll be right up here, lighting the W and soaking it all in. Mariners baseball. Try it in some.
The next Mariners homestand gets started with 3 straight value games against the Royals, Monday, June 30th through Wednesday, July 2nd. Score seats for as little as $11 and enjoy a beautiful summer's night at the ballpark. Go to mariners.com/value games to lock in your seats and check out the complete Mariners value game schedule.
Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Hey, oh, let's go.
Now, Choke Points with Chris Sullivan.
Presented by Carter Subaru.
Well, a popular shortcut between Bothell and Linwood is going to be shut down for several months as Snohomish County replaces an old wooden bridge.
And here with the details is Sully.
9,000 drivers a day use this spot to avoid SR 524 or Maltby Road between the north end of Bothell and the east side of Linwood. It's also a more direct route than using 405 to I-5. Swamp Creek Bridge, number 503. You probably didn't know where the first 502 are. I don't either, but that's the name of it anyway, because Swamp Creek kind of runs around, meanders around Briar. So you might not even realize when you drive over it that it's a bridge. Your only indication is a load restriction sign on either side. It's right there at Locust Way, just north of the stoplight at 228th Street Southwest, as I said, there in the Briar area. It's a wood pile bridge that no longer serves the needs of the growing community. Construction supervisor Lisa Calkins with Snohomish County Public Works.
It's 2 lanes with a guardrail, so there's no pedestrian access. So you really have to time it to cross through there if you are a pedestrian. I even watched once a woman with a baby stroller getting through there, and she had to wait a while.
Yeah, I went up there and walked around for a little bit. Not easy to get across that area, especially with the cars. There just isn't a lot of room there. Design manager Charlie Green says the new bridge will be a big improvement.
We'll have our standard lanes, right, to north-south lane, and then we'll include bike lanes and then pedestrian paths. We'll also be adding couple hundred feet of sidewalk on the north side of the bridge to kind of connect to the next neighborhood to the north.
The bridge closes June 25th, and it won't reopen until the end of October. There are houses on either side of the project, and to go all the way around is a 4-mile detour. Calkins on what that detour will look like.
There's different ways to go around, but our assigned detour route is actually a 4-mile detour route. So it's significant, but it kind of depends on where you're going, which route you have to take.
You can check out a detour map at mynorthwest.com. Green says this is going to be a major inconvenience.
When we look at road closures, we don't take those lightly. We'll look at, can we work out there safely without a road closure? What are the costs, durations? When we don't do road closures, projects take longer. So we always want to consider that.
Now, this isn't the only bridge Snohomish County is going to close for the next several months. The Jordan River Bridge, which crosses the Stillaguamish River just north of Granite Falls, is going to close June 19th. That's also expected to be out of action until October. It's a much less populated area. The detour is 26 miles.
Oh!
You have to go all the way up to Arlington to find the next bridge over the Stilly. And so that's a huge detour. Design manager Green says the bridge is way out of date.
It's a trestle-style bridge. Not only does it have wood pilings, but it also has a wood deck.
It will be replaced with a bridge that can handle the expected growth in that area over the next 50-plus years.
We'll be pulling these old creosote-treated wood piles out of the stream, which that alone is a huge upgrade for the fish. And from a safety standpoint, we'll be adding the bike lanes, sidewalks. When we do develop our bridges, we do that full width improvement.
And you can see this detour map on the closure at mynorthwest.com as well. Also, all the other information on the projects up there. These are 2 of the 38 timber bridges that are still in operation in Snohomish County. I had no idea there were that many still left around, and they are getting old and not in great shape.
Did you say a 26-mile detour for those people?
Yes, I did. For those of you who Granite Falls, because of where the Stilly goes.
And again, how long are they going to have to suffer with that?
Through October. And again, fortunately, that one's not as populated. But again, during the summer, a lot of people go up and down the Stilly looking for places to go in and have recreate, have some fun. So that one's going to have a big impact more maybe on the people who are going in and out of there, as opposed to the one in Briar, which is a huge commuter cut through, which gets daily use.
I had no idea that so many bridges were made of wood.
Well, that's how they started, Charlie.
but
the
still,
technology has grown since then.
Yes, of course, Sully. I'm aware of that. I'm just saying we still have them in service.
Yeah,
They're
that was
still being
shocking
used.
to me. And this one up at Jordan River, the Jordan River Bridge, it's still a wood deck, too. So you get out into certain parts of Snohomish County, East King even, you'll run into bridges of this length that and age that are still in kind of that condition. Yeah, we're not all that far gone really from when they were built and the technology changing. Yeah, it's pretty impressive.
Well, I have a money-raising idea how we can help pay for this. Okay, think about the beautiful bridges of America. You got the Golden Gate Bridge. You've got the Brooklyn Bridge. You have the Astoria Megler Bridge. Why don't we sell a postcard of the Swamp Creek Bridge 503? Think about the money we could make with this.
Well, that's good. I will tell you, the money for these 2 projects, all federally funded.
Oh, okay.
So that's good, but again, we all pay for that. I know it's not like it's free, but yeah, I still like the idea. What do you want to? Name it. You want to?
Oh, we could name it after somebody too.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's interesting. Yeah, it's Swamp Creek Bridge 503.
We could buy the naming rights.
Yeah, just think Swamp Creek can finally get some NIL.
Yeah, it's some NIL.
You've already learned something new this morning, Charlie. That's my goal every day, is to learn something new. Good job.
Well, one thing we are also following this morning is state agencies, and they're kind of concerned about a dry and potentially devastating wildfire season. Washington's Department of Ecology blames drought, below-average snowpack, and spring heat waves for turning the state into a tinderbox. Caroline Miller is with the Department of Energy.
When we talk about drought, we're not just talking about dryness here and now. We're really talking about water supply.
She says DNR is forecasting an above-average wildfire season, although not historically dry.
And Seattle teachers may be heading into summer with a little more certainty. The district and the teachers union have reached a tentative agreement to extend their contract. It was set to expire at the end of August. No one's sharing details yet, but it likely means no strike this fall. In 2022, teachers walked out for 5 days. The union represents about 5,500 educators and staff. According to the Seattle Times, they'll vote on this proposal by the end of the month.
For your KIRO News Radio forecast, cloudy skies early, then partly cloudy this afternoon. A high will be close to 70 today. Right now, it's about 49 in downtown Seattle. Coming up, Seattle's Morning News with Charlie Harger and Manda Factor. I'm Katrina Kashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
As the nation's biggest news story makes its way to right here at home.
Anti-ICE protesters turned violent in downtown Seattle.
Trust KIRO News Radio.
Team coverage begins with KIRO News Radio's Gwen Baumgartner.
Watching people graffiti the side of the federal building.
It's why local news and experience matter.
Now to my colleague James Lynch.
I've never seen that large of a contingent of Seattle police officers, an extreme show of force.
KIRO News Radio. Local news coverage you can depend on.
It started as a puddle.
Where?
In the shower.
Uh-oh.
Then the kitchen sink.
Started backing up?
Yeah.
I know where this is going.
Clogged up.
Right. No problem.
Beg your pardon?
There's no clog we can't clear.
You're Dan.
From Apollo Plumbing.
This is going to get pricey.
How about $83?
To clear my drain?
Apollo Plumbing clears main drains every day.
For $83?
$83 or it's free.
What's the catch?
No catch. We'll even do a camera inspection.
Why's that?
It's the best way to find the cause of your clog.
And it's included?
No extra charge. Truth is, we hate clogs.
I don't love them.
Seen them all.
Ew.
I promise. There's no clog Apollo can't clear.
Guaranteed.
83 or free.
Goodbye, slow drains.
All it takes is an accessible clean out.
And Apollo gets my drains draining again.
You call, we come, it's fixed.
My heroes.
Just doing our job.
Thank you, Apollo Plumbing.
ApolloPlumbing.com.
KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle.
Doctors King and Kopstein from K2 Vision.
If you're over 50 and you've been diagnosed with a cataract, or your vision is changing as you're developing an early cataract, you could be a perfect candidate for K2 Vision RLE.
It's inevitable. At some point, typically in your 60s or 70s, you'll have a dysfunctional lens that eventually becomes a cataract. To restore your vision, you will someday need a procedure such as refractive lens exchange.
The question is, are you done with glasses? Do you want to spend your good, active years hassling with changing prescriptions and needing readers?
K2 Vision RLE can give you great vision now, permanently, and you'll never develop that cataract. The procedure is quick and painless, and our state-of-the-art custom lens technologies give highly predictable outcomes.
K2 Vision surgeons have performed nearly 100,000 procedures. We know when RLE is right for you.
Find out. Schedule a free Zoom consultation at k2visionrle.com.
K2 Vision RLE. No glasses, no contacts, no readers.
He was the heart of your family, and he taught you our history. He helped you fix your first flat. He was the best backyard DJ around. And every time he'd tell a story, he'd own the room. But now more than ever, he may feel alone. Today, older adults and their loved ones are struggling to connect, in a time when connection has never been more important. But there is something we can do. Embrace our older loved ones through StoryCorps Connect. With StoryCorps Connect, you can honor seniors remotely with an interview about their life. Every interview will be archived at the Library of Congress, becoming part of American history, so that years from now, future generations can listen in.
All right, Grandpa, what's one piece of advice you have for me?
Just 3 words, sweetheart. Live with courage.
The man that had the best stories still has plenty of stories to tell. So connect virtually and share the conversation of a lifetime at StoryCorpsConnect.org/AARP. Connect, honor, share. StoryCorps Connect. A message from AARP, StoryCorps, and the Ad Council.
KIRO News Radio.
Get on the YouTube channel.
We're live all day on YouTube. Every show, every day.
Hang out with us. The whole gang's there.
And you never know what you might see.
Back up the camera. Oh, my God.
Just search KIRO News Radio, then subscribe.
This might be the most surprising statistic I've shared in decades of doing local news. More than 75% of commuters will be involved in a car accident at some point. JP Pendergast of Pendergast Law with more.
What makes it more surprising? The average person will be involved in 3 to 4 collisions in their lifetime.
With accidents unbelievably prevalent, what are some safety tips if it happens to you?
Safety first. Secondary collisions are not uncommon while awaiting help. Turn on those hazards and remain in a safe place. If a bystander witnessed the accident, capture their information and encourage them to remain at the scene. Seek medical attention immediately if needed, as delaying can be a costly mistake. Lastly, remember that statements made to police and insurance adjusters can affect your case.
Collisions are more common than we'd like to think. If you find yourself in one, follow these helpful tips and then call my friends at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one's injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
PendergastLaw.com.
We live in one of the most beautiful places on earth, and owning your own deck is a great way to enjoy it. But finding the right decking solution can be overwhelming. That's why all 9 of our Puget Sound locations offer decking showrooms so you can get your hands and toes on the more than 60 decking options we carry. So if you have any questions about building, maintaining, or repairing your deck, contact me personally. Mike Dunn at DunnLumber.com.
TimberTech Vintage Collection Decking. On sale now at Dunn Lumber.
Are you putting off your new kitchen plans? Why wait? Hi, Chad Cicchini, owner of Heritage Homecraft. Call today for a free in-home estimate. Years of experience, thousands of happy customers. Heritage Homecraft, 425-485-1600 or heritagehomecraft.com.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio. KIRO FM and HD1. Tacoma, Seattle. Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. Iran's supreme leader is speaking out as President Trump considers ordering U.S. forces to attack Iranian nuclear facilities. CBS's Deborah Patta has details from Tel Aviv.
Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei has warned that any U.S. intervention in the conflict with Israel would be met with serious consequences. He said they do not respond to threats and they will not accept any imposed peace or war.
Some lawmakers in Washington are pushing to limit President Trump's ability to launch military strikes. A resolution's been introduced that says only Congress can declare war under the Constitution. 24 Site News' Julie Grace Brufke.
Now, it would prohibit any type of escalation of military action without congressional approval if it ultimately passes. Now, John Thune isn't in a huge rush to bring it to the floor. It's a privileged resolution. There's a handful of conservatives. I mean, we've seen Thomas Massey on the House side, but largely leadership's kind of stood with President Trump on this one.
Mr. Trump is expected to sign an executive order this week, extending a deadline for 90 days for TikTok's Chinese owner to sell the video sharing app. Tech contributor Ian Scher.
This all started half a decade ago when President Trump accused TikTok of being a national security threat and said that he would try to ban it. Ever since then, a number of lawmakers in the United States and around the world have actually instituted such bans.
The Federal Reserve meets today, and it's expected to leave interest rates right where they are. CBS News business analyst Jill Schlesinger.
Pretty likely that the Fed is going to remain patient, take a wait-and-see approach. Remember, last year they cut rates by a full percentage point. They haven't made a move since last December. That means short-term interest rates, the Fed funds rates, remain at 4.25% to 4.5%.
Overseas, they're unearthing a tragic chapter in Ireland's past at a former institution for unwed mothers.
Specialists in Ireland's County Galway have begun preparations for the excavation of what's believed to be a mass burial of newborns and toddlers up to 3 years of age at the site of one of the many now notorious mother and baby homes run by the Catholic Church. The remains were discovered 9 years ago, dumped in a disused sewage tank. Family members and survivors will be allowed to watch the work from a distance. Vicky Barker, CBS News, London.
An unexpected announcement from the UK's Princess of Wales. Prince William's wife, Kate Middleton, has cancelled plans last minute to attend today's horse races at Royal Ascot. Kensington Palace says she needs to find the right balance in her recovery from cancer. This is CBS News.
Progressive Insurance. Progressive can protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. In short, a lot of things. Bundle today at Progressive.com.
6:03 Wednesday morning. We head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk with Chris Sullivan.
And we're starting the morning with a crash on northbound I-5 as you approach the Kent Des Moines Road. And we've got a 5-mile backup already. Jumped up to 30 minutes to get you into South Center and 50 into Seattle at this point. Doesn't look to be too bad of an accident, but either way, the damage has kind of been done. We've kind of stepped in it to start the morning. There are also brake lights out through the 5 curve heading up to 18, causing a little bit of braking and a little bit of slowing there as well. We had an early earlier crash near 320th. So that drive is very active. Looking at Puyallup to Renton, we've got about a 45-minute trip already. Heavy brake lights out of the Auburn area, and then Renton to Bellevue is running right around 20 minutes. Olympia to Tacoma is not too bad. Freeway speed for you guys coming down from the north end. A little bit of braking in Marysville. Other than that, 35 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. This report brought to you by Superior Linen Service. 98 years servicing quality uniforms, floor mats, linens, and more. Call Superior Linen Service. They answer the phone, or visit suplinen.com.
Now, the latest from KIRO News Radio and mynorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
New this morning at 6:04, we're following a deadly police chase in Edmonds.
Investigators say a suspect drove off a ferry dock during the chase, killing 2 people in that car. KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey is following this and joins us live.
It happened just after 11 o'clock last night. State troopers tell me 2 people are dead, 3 others in serious condition. Snohomish County deputies say they were chasing a Mini Cooper at the time when it turned toward the ferry terminal in Edmonds, then onto the dock and right into the water. Here's what a witness told KIRO 7 TV.
And the ferry showed up, but they wouldn't let it land, and so it was just kind of floating around out here a little bit aimlessly. It was doing little circles and then eventually came back, and it was shining its tracking light on the water, I think presumably trying to help them find people or whatever.
And witnesses say that car was speeding, weaving in and out of traffic with its lights off when it headed straight for that ferry dock. The water there is about 40 feet deep and still really, really cold. State troopers tell me there were a total of 5 people inside the car, 3 people who were injured. They were rushed to Harborview with serious injuries. A tow truck then pulled the car out of the water. For anyone commuting right now, we will tell you the ferry terminal is back open, so we're not expecting any delays. But we expect an update soon again on why that chase happened in the first place. Again, Amanda and Charlie, state troopers, say 2 people are dead this morning.
Luke, appreciate the update. Police swarmed the streets outside Lincoln High School in Tacoma yesterday, where police say a teenager was shot. KIRO 7 TV's Samantha Lomibao reports from the scene.
Now, I'm still working to confirm with police if that victim is a student here. And we're told that the victim actually walked to the business right here on G Street, just adjacent to the school. And that's when police say they got that 911 call just before 3 p.m. when that victim went to that business for help.
The teenager is expected to be okay. Police are still searching for a suspect. They say there was also a 4-car crash unrelated to the shooting, which involved a school bus and a responding officer. There were no serious injuries.
In Island County, a person is missing after a large home explosion in Oak Harbor. KIRO 7 TV's Brandon Thompson reports the explosion happened last night and the house is a total loss.
Neighbors reporting a massive explosion and big flames, and that's exactly what fire crews found when they arrived. 3 people were reportedly in the home. 2 managed to escape with minor injuries, but the last person has still not been found. Fire teams have been on scene for hours, monitoring the hot spots and trying to find that person.
Keeping you informed since 1974. This is the city's longest-running radio news show.
Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
Well, good morning. It's 6:07, Wednesday, June 18th. I'm Charlie, along with Manda. We have Sully over there. He's keeping an eye on the roads for us. And Manda, look who's back.
It's producer David Burbank in his new Father's Day shoes.
Yeah, my New Balances.
Nice.
My wife said, you have officially entered daddom now.
Yeah, the transformation is nearly complete. A year from now, you'll be wearing the white sneakers and
the Monarchs.
Yeah,
of course. Ski Carols.
Reject it.
Yeah.
No. I don't have any New Balances. I'm never
David's
wearing
a little
Monarchs.
Too hip
No,
for that.
Don't do it.
Well, nice to have you back for sure.
We also have Katrina Gishard out at the news desk. Nick Cretia is running the control room board and picking the music today.
A little cooler today through the clouds. They should break up just in time for the first pitch at today's Mariners game. We'll talk more about that throughout the morning.
This hour is Seattle's Morning News, sponsored by American Crawl Space and Pest Control. And coming up this hour of the show, we'll hear from former State Attorney General Rob McKenna talking about that unanimous Supreme Court decision that could change the way FBI raids are done in the United States.
Also, CBS White House correspondent Ed O'Keefe explains whether President Trump will be allowed to continue deploying National Guard troops in Los Angeles.
It's 6:08. A Washington State Patrol trooper will face charges after turning in front of a motorcycle and crashing into it while driving her personal car off-duty on March 1st in Richland.
The crash resulted in the death of the 20-year-old rider. According to court documents, WSP trooper Sarah Clayson was drunk hours after the crash. This is from body camera footage just before her arrest.
So I'm just going to run you through some voluntary field sobriety tests if you're willing to, okay?
Yeah, I don't think I want to do any.
Spokane County Chief Criminal Deputy Preston McCollum says charges are coming. It's not clear exactly when. Clayson is currently on administrative leave from the State Patrol.
A Tacoma dad is asking that no charges be filed after his 2-year-old daughter was taken to a stranger's home over the weekend. On Saturday, a Tacoma toddler was reported missing. That's when we all got that Amber Alert before police tracked the child down to a man's home. Here's Sergeant John Correa.
We were told by the parents that was an unidentified person. They didn't know the person at the time, which is why we moved forward with an Amber Alert.
The man was arrested on an outstanding warrant, but the toddler's father says he does not want the man to face kidnapping charges. Pierce County Prosecutor's Office is reviewing evidence and does not expect to issue charges this week. The office says the father's input will be taken into consideration. Meanwhile, Tacoma police say this is still being treated as a kidnapping case.
A woman was hit and killed early yesterday in Seattle's Capitol Hill neighborhood. Seattle police say it happened about 6:30 in the morning on Boylston Avenue East. A driver was leaving a parking garage and didn't see the woman lying in the street. She was run over and later died at Harborview. Police haven't said it directly, but it appears the woman was homeless and passed out in the road. The driver stayed at the scene and showed no signs of impairment.
The Downtown Seattle Association has released new data on its ambassadors over the past year, highlighting their efforts to help Seattle shine. Spokesperson James Cito says last fiscal year, the 165 ambassadors welcomed more than 1 million visitors to downtown, helped 47,000 tourists with directions, cleaned up more than 1 million gallons of trash, and removed nearly 49,000 graffiti tags and stickers.
We need to step on the gas when it comes to taking advantage of the momentum we have and make sure that it remains a delightful experience for people.
Seattle's Downtown Ambassador program has been in place since 1999.
Washington chefs are still waiting for their next big moment. For the 5th straight year, no one from our state won a James Beard Award. That's the top honor in the restaurant world. According to the Puget Sound Business Journal, the last win came in 2019 when Canlis was recognized for its design. Winners were announced on Monday.
Work in the Auburn Police Department is for the birds, literally. On Friday, officers Wright and Nelson rescued 8 ducklings from a storm drain. They use a bucket and some patience to reunite them with their mom.
We can just dip it down and somehow convince them to crawl in. They're intelligent animals.
On you, that just means they trust you, and it's
right.
like, okay.
Here we go. Let's see what we got here.
Here we go, little guys.
Okay.
That's not our only bird bulletin from Auburn PD, because on Saturday, Officer Hayden helped save an injured hawk near Highway 18. A vet tech and wildlife expert were already there. They just needed some help securing the bird. You can see this video on the Auburn Facebook page, by the way. The hawk is now recovering at a rehab center.
Way to go, officers. Well, it was a blowout victory for the Mariners. The Mariners beat the Boston Red Sox 8-0. Mariners catcher Cal Raleigh continued his hot season. Get this, he brought in 6 of the 8 runs, including this grand salami in the second.
And Buehler delivers, swing and a high drive deep to right field. Anthony going back to the one-he track near the wall. It is grand salami time! Goodbye, baseball. Grandma, get out that rye bread and mustard and make another sandwich.
Delicious. That was the second grand slam from the Mariners in the last 3 days. Also, Raleigh's 27th home run of the season, the most in all of baseball.
You know, I think he's pretty good.
Yeah, he's okay. First pitch this afternoon at T-Mobile Park at 1:10. Of course, you can catch every game on our sister station, 710 Seattle Sports.
You know who else was pretty good?
Who?
Nick Allard.
Oh, totally.
Oh, I like that guy.
He's really good.
Yeah, let's get a check on weather with Nick. It's brought to us by State Roofing and Exteriors. Good morning.
Good morning. We have some actual green stuff on the radar. Now, that isn't much. For example, we've had light rain reported twice out at SEA, and it's only trace amounts, meaning we haven't even quite made it to 1/100th of an inch yet, and probably not gonna. And if we do that, I'm thinking that would be all we'd see. So if you look at a radar right now, you have mainly dry weather in Seattle outside of maybe just a couple of sprinkles. You have a little more as you get north of Seattle and south of Seattle. But even then, there just isn't a ton of precipitation. And I don't think there will be a ton of precipitation. So just know that, for the morning hours, there will be some sprinkles. There will be some light showers, a little more south and east of Seattle, like maybe Renton and Kent and Maple Valley. But then this afternoon, more dry than wet, maybe a few lingering showers in a convergence zone in Snohomish County, and then I think you'll just go with partly cloudy skies and see some mountain showers. So I don't really think we're going to see a lot today. Highs will still be in the upper 60s, right around or just below normal, but the morning drive, it may end up being a little slick if you have some pockets of rain, just because, we haven't had anything measurable this month. Tomorrow, we will see maybe a little moisture in the morning for the Snohomish and King County areas in the morning. And then the rest of your day looks dry and a lot of high clouds. There won't be a ton of sunshine tomorrow, but Juneteenth otherwise looks all right. Friday, a few showers during the day, but then getting wetter Friday night into Saturday. And our first full summer day on Saturday will be like 59 to 60 and kind of rainy with just a few lingering showers Sunday. So we might just see measurable rain today. But if we don't, we are absolutely going to see it on Friday and Saturday.
Okay, so it's an afternoon Mariners game. What's your best guess on the status of the roof today?
I think it'll be open. I really do. It might start closed, but then I think it opens.
Okay. Right now in Seattle, it's cloudy and 57.
And it's 6:14. We head over to Chris Sullivan. Roads are wet for the first time in a while. He's at the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk.
And we've got some issues this morning to deal with. I'm going to start with northbound I-5. As you work your way past the Kent Des Moines Road, we've got a crash just before it in the HOV lane, and so we're pretty heavy there. And we've got a 30-minute trip into South Center already, 10 minutes behind schedule, a 50-minute trip to go all the way. In Fife, we're also seeing just a lot of heavy traffic getting through that construction zone past 54th up to 70th. We've got about 25 minutes from Tacoma to Federal Way. That's about a 10-minute delay at this hour. The Olympia to Tacoma Drive, though, is not bad at all. Valley Freeway, about average, 45 minutes from end to end, and then about 25 minutes from Renton to Bellevue. Not quite 40 yet from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue, and the Lake Bridges are fine. This report brought to you by Seattle Sports. Download the Seattle Sports app and stay in the know with the latest news, scores, and opinions about your favorite local teams.
It's 6:15. An empty box has sold for a ridiculous sum. KIRO Newsradio's Katrina Gishard is here to tell us all about it.
Of course. Well, has anyone ever gone to Tiffany's?
Of course.
Okay. All right. Well, then, listen to this.
Diamonds are a girl's best friend.
This box did not have any diamonds, by the way, but it is from Tiffany. It was created for a collab with Nike about 2 years ago. It went for more than $53,000 at an auction at Sotheby's. The box was a co-branding for the athletic wear makers Air Force Ones. It is one of a kind, weighing in at 23 pounds, produced at Tiffany's Rhode Island workshop. It's the same that makes the Vince Lombardi trophy. So it includes a whistle, a toothbrush, and a shoehorn with, of course, the Nike swoosh. So would anyone be interested in this?
A toothbrush?
Yeah.
What's the toothbrush for?
To polish the box.
Oh, okay.
Is it a silver toothbrush or just a regular old toothbrush,
That's a
like
great
an
question.
Oral-B?
Well, if it's a sterling silver box, I'm going to assume it's a sterling silver toothbrush. I'll look into that.
Are there any teal accents on it? Because Tiffany has to have the little teal
absolutely.
box, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have so many questions.
Yeah. I wonder how much 23 pounds of silver, if you were to melt it down, that would sell for.
I don't know.
Okay. These are more questions than answers with Katrina Gishard.
Okay.
That's the name of the new feature. All right. Thank you, Katrina. It's 6:17.
This is the city's longest running radio news show. Seattle's morning news on KIRO Newsradio.
Well, a unanimous decision from the U.S. Supreme Court last week could change the way the FBI conducts raids. The ruling surrounds a mistaken raid at the home of an Atlanta family in 2017.
And joining us with some analysis is former State Attorney General Rob McKenna. Okay, Rob, tell us about this incident in Atlanta 2017. What happened?
Well, imagine that you're sleeping in your bed. You're there with your partner and your child, and all of a sudden you hear banging on the door. The door comes flying off the hinges from a battering ram, and a flashbang grenade is thrown in your living room and blows up. All of a sudden your partner is on the floor in handcuffs. A bunch of SWAT agents led by the FBI are there. One of the agents glances down at the coffee table and sees a stack of mail and says, "Oh, this isn't the right address. We're in the wrong place." So the agent who was leading this raid, looking for gang members, had relied on his GPS to locate the house. Didn't bother to look at the address on the mailbox, and we're at the wrong house on the wrong street as a result. So, not surprisingly, this couple sued for property damage and emotional distress and so forth. It's obviously pretty traumatizing. But the trial court and the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals blocked their lawsuit, claiming that, or ruling that, nope, even though you can sue the federal government under a law called the Federal Tort Claims Act, which grants exceptions to the government's normal sovereign immunity, there are exceptions to the waiver of immunity that applied here, and this couple was blocked from suing. The Supreme Court takes the case last year, here's the case at the end of April, and just ruled, no, this case can proceed. Doesn't mean this couple has won, but they're not blocked by statute from at least trying to seek damages.
And so where does this go from here?
Well, it goes back to the trial court, and they'll have a hearing about what the FBI did and whether or not what's called the law enforcement proviso in this statute allows them to move forward with their lawsuit for what are called acts or omissions of investigative or law enforcement officers. See, interestingly, the congressional act which allows you to sue the federal government for a tort claim, includes 13 different exceptions, and one of them is called the intentional tort exception, which provides that, and this seems counterintuitive, but it provides that the government cannot be sued for a variety of claims that allege intentional wrongdoing, like assault, battery, false imprisonment, false arrest, and so forth. But that list of exceptions, the intentional tort exceptions, is followed by this law enforcement proviso that still allows claims when they relate to the acts or omissions of investigative or law enforcement officers. So this is an important ruling because, law enforcement makes mistakes. There's no question that does happen sometimes. And, if this case were allowed to stand, it would make it very, very difficult for people who are the victims of frankly, negligence and mistaken raids to bring claims. Now, at least this couple has an opportunity to do so, and the Supreme Court ruling means other people who were harmed in this way might also.
All right, we're speaking with former State Attorney General Rob McKenna. Let's turn our attention to the 9th District Court of Appeals, where we have the state of California suing the Trump administration over National Guard troops being deployed to the streets of L.A. What is this looking like as you watch these arguments back and forth of the Trump administration versus Gavin Newsom?
Well, the federal government has a lot of discretion here to deploy troops. Defense Secretary Hegseth used a provision of federal law called Title 10, allowing the president to call in the National Guard when the country is at risk of invasion or rebellion. Of course, that raises the question, is this an invasion? Is it a rebellion? Or is it just people exercising their First Amendment rights? A lower court, the trial court, ruled that the deployment was illegal. That ruling has not been overturned, but an appeals court, the 9th Circuit, decided that for now, the president can retain command of those troops, and so they paused the ruling of the district court judge that said the deployment was unlawful. So for now, while the Court of Appeals hears this argument and actually makes a formal ruling on the merits, the troops can remain on station in L.A.
Well, the president has threatened to send troops here to the Seattle area, so obviously that would have implications here, right?
It would. You recall that during the situation on Capitol Hill with the autonomous zone or the CHOP, federal government did not send in federal forces. This time, if something like that happened again, I wouldn't be surprised if the president decided to send troops in. So it sort of puts a premium on keeping things under control at a local level.
Former State Attorney General Rob McKenna, thank you for your insight on both those cases. Rob, we'll speak to you next week.
I'm sure there'll be something else to talk about.
There is always something to talk about.
Understatement of the week so far. Thank you, Rob.
So much. One more note. If you break into a car to save a child or a pet, you're now protected. KIMA TV reports a new Washington law takes effect July 27th. It gives civil immunity to people who rescue someone in danger from a locked vehicle. That means you can't be sued for property damage if you follow the rules. You do have to check if the car's unlocked, call 911 and use only necessary force, then stay with the person or animal until help arrives. It's meant to protect good Samaritans, not criminals.
At 6:23, we head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. Sully is watching the roads early this Wednesday morning.
And we've got some positive news. The crash near the Kent Des Moines Road on northbound I-5 has cleared, and so the backup is getting a little bit better. We still have about a 30-minute trip to South Center and 50 minutes all the way to Seattle, but some of the backup is now kind of meandering backwards down towards Fife. So we still have about 25 to 28 minutes to go from Tacoma to Federal Way. So that's behind schedule, certainly. Looking at northbound 167, 45 minutes plus. The brake lights begin in Sumner already, up through Pacific and Algona. Hit it really hard in Auburn. And then at the north end. So already kind of behind there. Renton to Bellevue's not too bad at about 20 minutes. The eastbound 512 drive also pretty heavy down the hill today. Olympia to Tacoma, though, freeway speed. Coming down from the north end, we got a little bit of braking in Marysville, a little bit more away from Linwood. A little over 40 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. The lake bridges are fine. And for those of you going northbound out of the U District up northbound I-5, we do have a crash at Lake City Way blocking the left lane. This report brought to you by AAA. You know what's fun? Summer. You know what's not? Summer on the side of the highway. Join AAA Washington today and keep your summer moving.
It's 57 and cloudy in Seattle right now. We're headed for a high of 68 with a chance of a few sprinkles throughout the day. Coming up on KIRO News Radio, Luke Ducey with the latest on the search for Travis Decker. Authorities are debunking some fake TikTok reports of his capture. His whereabouts remain unknown.
We'll also get to your opening bell report coming up here on Seattle's Morning News.
KIRO News Radio is right there with you.
A big story developing this morning
on your smart speaker before you head out the door.
We get the latest live from KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey.
Huge impacts for Boeing and Boeing workers.
The office, the gym, anywhere.
Water, like taxes, goes all the way down to the bottom, so it'll either come out of the employee's paycheck or the lack of raise.
KIRO News Radio. We're on YouTube, our app, your smart speaker, and 97.3 FM.
It's all too common of an occurrence. You need some work done on your home, so you call 3 contractors. Someone didn't even show up to provide an estimate. Another gave you a quote that changed twice. So you settle on the third, who left behind a mess you're still trying to clean up. At Valentine Roofing, we know you don't just want someone to complete your job. You deserve the one, because it's your home and you want it done right. Skip the headaches. Valentine Roofing is the one. At Valentine, we take pride in what we call the Valentine experience. It's 3 simple principles we focus on every day: seamless communication, meticulous cleanup, and going the extra mile. So next time you need work done on your home's exterior, remember who the one is. Valentine Roofing is the one who provides hassle-free estimates within about an hour of our arrival. We're the one who stands behind our work with a lifetime warranty, and we're the one who truly cares about your Valentine experience. So for all your roofing, siding, and gutter needs, schedule your free estimate today with the one, Valentine Roofing, by calling us at 206 Roofing.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Well, here in our region, it's really common for homes to have damaged insulation or even no insulation at all in their crawl space or attic. Well, in the winter, that'll make your home cold and drafty. And in the summer months, it can turn your home into an oven. It's Mike Salk here, and utility companies have special incentives right now to help with the cost of having your home properly insulated, including a once-in-a-lifetime rebate from Puget Sound Energy. So if you're a PSE customer and your home was built before 1990, you could qualify to receive a rebate on up to 95% of the cost to properly insulate your crawl space and attic. Yes, they will cover up to 95% of the cost. And if you're anything like me, you love the idea of somebody else paying to improve your home, add value to it, and save you money along the way. How good does that sound? Don't wait. Call Crawl Pros to learn what's going on behind that crawl space and attic hatch for free, and then what energy rebates you're eligible for. If you're worried about critters, mold, water damage, insulation issues, or anything else related to your crawl space or attic, schedule a free corner-to-corner inspection at crawlpros.com.
Hi, it's John Curley. Longevity Medical Clinic has been helping people live longer, healthier lives for more than 25 years. I've recently talked with Dr. Mixon about his approach to proactively focusing on prevention. Dr. Mixon, I first met you in 2009, and I went in there and I told you I wasn't feeling well, couldn't gain any muscle mass, couldn't sleep well, I was stressed out, and you looked at me and you said, yeah, I know what your problem is.
And all we did was we measured your values and we moved your values back to those of a nice, healthy 25-year-old man.
I have taken your blood work to my doctor, and he was shocked. He couldn't believe the depth in which you study my blood.
We need to draw a distinction between living a long time and getting old. And that's what longevity is all about, is we are here to do the measurements and help you fix those problems.
So get your free health analysis. Go to longevitymedicalclinic.com. That's longevitymedicalclinic.com.
Hi, Chad Cicchini, owner of Heritage Homecraft. You may have known us for our unique cabinet refacing projects, but I'd like to introduce our full bathroom remodeling service. New tub, shower, floors, counters, and of course cabinetry. Same commitment to quality and value, same full service, just another way to serve the folks of Puget Sound. Call today for a free in-home consultation. Heritage Homecraft, 425-485-1600, 425-485-1600, or heritagehomecraft.com.
Summer is fast approaching, and it's a great time to get ready for the busy season with help from WaFd Bank. They offer services like Collect Early, which opens your cash flow for the things you need, like hiring summer staff or expanding your product line. Collect Early helps you get your invoices paid in hours, not weeks. What could your business do with more money? Take things to the next level with WaFd Bank and find bankers with the knowledge and services to meet your business goals. WaFd Bank, built for business. WaFdBank.com, member FDIC.
With Clear Choice dental implants, one day can make the difference between hiding your smile and saying cheese. Thanks to our dental implant experts, our one-day teeth transformation culminates in your Clear Choice Day, the day when you start loving your smile again. Visit clearchoice.com or call 888-SMILE-05 to schedule your free consultation today. And let us help Seattle start smiling again.
Majority qualify for same-day dental implants after doctor recommendation. Offices owned by Dr. Alfonso Pinheiro.
Got pickleball game? Play with Seattle football legends in the Champions of Change pickleball tournament on June 28th, benefiting high school athletes. Register at championsofchangefoundation.org/pickleball or donate at your local Safeway.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good Wednesday morning. It is 6:31. Deputies are dispelling a new rumor on social media that Travis Decker, the homeless former soldier at the center of a manhunt in eastern Washington, has been captured.
Also, investigators have released new images of what Decker could look like now after 3 weeks on the run.
KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey is here in the studio with more on those fake videos floating around.
Yeah, Amanda, there are some really sick people out there, I got to tell you. It took me just a few seconds to find dozens of fake videos about Decker's capture, like this one on TikTok. Again, this is not true.
Travis Decker has officially been arrested at the border. Authorities say he was trying to escape across the border, blending in with a group of illegal migrants in a desperate bid to vanish for good.
Again, fake report on TikTok. Decker has not been captured. He's wanted on suspicion of killing his 3 daughters. There is, though, new information about a new search area. Yesterday, we tracked a search helicopter circling the foothills of the Teanaway Valley, just 5 miles from Cle Elum. And then last night, around 11 o'clock, I've seen another helicopter that was circling the Enchantments again. You'll remember a week into the search, I should say, deputies got a tip. They spotted and started tracking a lone hiker near the Kolchuk Lake area in the Enchantments down into a valley near the Ingalls Creek Trail. Well, fast forward to now, Kittitas County says they have tactical teams actively searching for Decker in that area of Kittitas. They're asking everyone in that area to be on the lookout for any suspicious person and to check their trail cameras and ring cameras for any signs of Decker. Also, new images. Let's talk about those for a second of what Decker could look like right now. If, for, let's say, he shaved his head or shaved his beard. We're going to have those renderings up on mynorthwest.com for you. And remember, there is also a public memorial service for Peyton, Evelyn, and Olivia in Wenatchee this Friday. I'm going to make sure we get those details up on My Northwest as well.
Thank you for the update, Luke. A gunman is on the run. A person is in the hospital following a shooting in front of Tacoma's Lincoln High School yesterday afternoon.
Police say a teen was shot and went inside a nearby business for safety. Sergeant John Correa won't say whether the victim is a student, but he says
the victim of the gunshot wound was a juvenile and is taken to the hospital right now with non-life-threatening injury.
The gunfire happened while school was in session, forcing students into lockdown. Adding to the chaos, police say a responding officer was in a car accident with 2 other vehicles and an empty school bus. Everyone is expected to be okay, including the gunshot victim.
A car plunged off the Edmonds ferry dock during a police chase overnight. 2 people are dead. KIRO 7 TV's Brooke Griffin reports from outside the Edmonds-Kingston Ferry Terminal.
Witnesses say around 11:30 last night they were driving through town when several deputies flew past them with lights and sirens. The witness says he decided to follow the deputies down to the ferry dock to see what was going on.
And the ferry showed up, but they wouldn't let it land, and so it was just kind of floating around out here a little bit aimlessly. It was doing little circles and then eventually came back, and it was shining its tracking light on the water, I think presumably trying to help them find people or whatever.
State Patrol says at least one person who was inside that car is now dead. They haven't said how many people were in the car at the time.
Let's check in with Chris Sullivan now. He's at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
And the hits just keep on coming on northbound I-5. We've got another crash to deal with. This one's on northbound 5, approaching 320th, coming up from Highway 18. It's over on the left-hand shoulder. But that's one of the reasons why we're running 35 minutes from Tacoma to Federal Way. That is a 15-minute delay to make it from downtown Tacoma up to 320th. After that, we had an earlier crash by the Kent Des Moines Road, but from there on up, it's about 50 minutes from Federal Way to Seattle. So that puts us at about an hour and 20 all the way from Tacoma to get up into Seattle. The 405 corridor now heating up and getting into the act. Brake lights up to about 30th. We've got about a 25-minute trip for you. Behind that on the Valley Freeway, 50 minutes from end to end. There's also a lot of brake lights on eastbound 512 trying to run the hill down into the Puyallup area, checking to see if we might have a new crash at the top of the South Hill. Across the lake, we're still doing really well. Coming down from the north end, about 45 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. Northbound I-5 continues to see a little bit of slowing as you approach Northgate, or should I say the Lake City Way area. We've got a crash there in the left-hand lane that they're working to get out of the way. This report brought to you by the Office of the Insurance Commissioner of Washington State. You can stop Medicare fraud by reporting anything suspicious to the Washington State Health Commission Benefits Advisors. Call 800-562-6900.
Scattered showers today, a high of 68, 69 for our high on Thursday, and down to the low 60s for Friday and Saturday with a chance of showers both days. We bounce back closer to 70, but occasional showers on Sunday. Right now in Seattle, it's 57 and cloudy at 6:36.
And that's time for our opening bell report. The Federal Reserve is expected to hold the interest rate steady at its meeting today, maintaining the same cautious posture it's assumed throughout the first half of the year. CBS Money Watch correspondent Kelly O'Grady is following this.
We are not going to get an interest rate cut because we know from previous meetings and also messaging that we have gotten from Chair Powell since the last meeting that they're going to take a wait-and-see approach. The risk they feel that tariffs and this changing trade policy environment that we find ourselves in is too much when it comes to inflation and what kind of impact we could see over the next few months.
President Trump is extending another lifeline to TikTok. CBS News correspondent Michael Wallace with the latest.
It appears streaming is tops when it comes to TV watching. According to Nielsen, more Americans watched television on streaming than on cable and network TV combined last month. Streaming captured nearly 45% of total U.S. usage. Broadcast accounted for 20%, cable 24%. The largest audience for streaming in May, Google's YouTube.
And about that lifeline to TikTok, here's CBS News correspondent Michael Wallace.
The president will sign an executive order delaying a ban of the app for another 90 days. This will be his third delay of the law Congress passed last year to ban TikTok if its Chinese parent company ByteDance doesn't sell it. Billionaire Frank McCourt is part of a group looking to take over the app and make it safer for kids.
Buying TikTok, moving the user base and the data over to this new Made in America stack would change everything.
TikTok has 1.8 billion monthly users worldwide, trailing only Facebook, YouTube, WhatsApp, and Instagram. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
Ford recalling more than 300,000 of its Mustang Mach-E electric vehicles because of an issue that can unexpectedly lock people out of the car. WWJ's Jeff Gilbert explains.
The biggest worry is a child or somebody not able to use the door release handle could become trapped inside. The problem's related to a software issue and would only happen if the 12-volt battery is drained. Ford says it does have an update. No accidents or injuries have been reported.
On Wall Street right now, as the trading day opens, the Dow Jones Industrial Average up by 54 points, S&P 500 ahead by 5 points, NASDAQ ahead by 8. This comes as investors are waiting for that decision on interest rates from the Federal Reserve.
Now a word from KIRO 7 TV. KIRO 7 News. Watch KIRO 7 News at 4, 5, and 6, only on KIRO 7 TV.
Reliable, refreshing, and ready every morning. Seattle's Morning News.
6:38 now. Central Pierce Fire and Rescue ramping up training for new recruits as dry conditions grip the region. Despite rain in the forecast, Jake Wiley warns it won't be enough to offset the moisture deficit.
We're already experiencing small fires in the region, things that we probably wouldn't see traditionally until mid-July.
With dry grass already sparking small fires, residents are encouraged to be vigilant and fire safe. The newly merged fire district covers 180 square miles, just in time for what could be a long, hot summer.
And Seattle's superintendent is not expected to return before his term ends in September. Brent Jones has been on medical leave since last month. Now the district says he'll just stay on leave through September 3rd when his contract ends. Fred Podesta has been filling in. The school board plans to make it official. They're set to vote today to name him acting superintendent. The district hopes to have a new leader in place by the time school starts.
Traffic is on the way. And Sully, what are you watching?
Well, I'm watching a couple of different crashes on the I-5 corridor. The biggest one really causing problems getting into Federal Way. So we'll break it down for you next.
The opening bell is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital's Northwest Fund.
KIRO Newsradio, the Northwest's trusted news source.
Get the latest from KIRO Newsradio's James Lynch.
It happened Wednesday morning just after 6 o'clock.
Experienced voices you trust.
Several people hurt after a violent Saturday in Pierce County.
Coverage you depend on.
More from KIRO Newsradio's Matt Markovich.
It's as close to a veto warning as you could possibly get.
KIRO Newsradio. We're on YouTube, our app, your smart speaker, and 97.3 FM.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies to same item. Current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Dave Ross with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD from Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Dr. Wagner is hosting a free stem cell webinar tonight at 6 o'clock to explain how stem cell therapy works.
I'm really looking forward to this live webinar to educate on how using your own stem cells can be an extremely successful method to help regenerate native tissue in rotator cuffs, meniscus tears, and reduce pain in osteoarthritic joints.
And we'll get to hear about some of our favorite joints.
Shoulders, elbows, hips, knees, knees, even wrists and ankles. And in this live webinar, we'll tell you all about the procedure, how simple and safe it is using your own stem cells, and how we determine if you're a candidate.
If you're in pain, here's a chance to hear from a stem cell specialist who has performed over 20,000 stem cell procedures. Dr. Mark Wagner, live tonight, 6 p.m., a free stem cell webinar to learn all about a procedure that's changed the lives of so many patients. Register now at drmarkwagnermd.com. That's drmarkwagnermd.com.
Are you worried about economic conditions, tariffs, and inflation? Are you tired of trying to time the stock market? Maybe it's time to take a little risk off the table given current market volatility. For stability, there's no better option than Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, a fixed return of 9%. Hi, I'm Scott Rurucka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. We've been running local real estate investment funds for over 18 years with zero investor losses, averaging double-digit returns since inception, and we also accept IRAs. Over 1,000 local investors have invested over $250 million in our Legacy family of funds. Feeling uneasy? Don't gamble your hard-earned money or risk your retirement. Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, returning 9%, has limited openings for new investors right now.
Call 425-635-4700 or visit LegacyG.com. That's LegacyG.com. This is not investment advice. Legacy investments available to accredited investors only. Details at LegacyG.com.
6:43. Let's head over to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk where Chris Sullivan is watching the roads this morning.
Well, we've cleared a couple of different things over the last little bit. We still have a couple of cars over on the left-hand shoulder on northbound I-5 approaching 320th as you come up from the Fife area. That's why we're still running about a half an hour from Tacoma to Federal Way, which is about 10 minutes slower than you might expect at this time of the morning. And then Federal Way to Seattle's come back down to about 50 minutes, so it's actually not in that bad a shape. Valley Freeway, about 50 minutes from end to end, which isn't too bad, maybe a little on the high end at this point. And then Renton to Bellevue's at 25 minutes to about 28 minutes. Didn't find a crash on eastbound 512, though. One is reported there right before you get to the South Hill, and it's pretty heavy down into the Puyallup area anyway, so plan on a couple of extra minutes there. Coming down from the north end, a pretty decent drive so far, 45 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue, maybe a little bit more on 405, depending on how you're hitting things there through the Canyon Park area at 527. And for those of you going northbound out of the city, we have cleared the crash at Lake City Way that was in the left-hand lane, so we've cleared up nicely there. This report brought to you by AAA. AAA, three little letters are the key to more summer fun. Discounts, roadside rescues, and more. Join AAA Washington today.
Our forecast, we're seeing clouds and some showers this morning, headed for a high of 68. Should dry out for the afternoon. Tomorrow, partly cloudy, 69, and then Friday, again, summer arrives Friday evening. Scattered showers down to 61. Saturday looks pretty much the same. Showers on Sunday as well. Right now in Seattle, partly sunny, and then 60.
When cleanliness derails efficiency, KIRO Newsradio's Katrina Gashard is here to explain.
Okay, you won't guess this. In Germany over the weekend, a high-speed train was so filthy, the crew stopped the trip and made everyone get off so they can clean the train. Seriously, this actually happened. Stephen Colbert just couldn't believe it either and compared this to the condition of New York City subways on the late night show last night.
Passengers were thrown off a train by the crew who was protesting over their train being dirty. While on the New York subway, there's a sign that says, "Yeah, we know there's a dead guy. Doors open on the left."
As a born and raised New Yorker, I can say this joke really does land. So do you think the situation could actually happen on public transit here in Seattle?
No, I mean, come on. Drivers are always complaining about people smoking fentanyl on the bus and worse. So
a little dirt is nothing.
Yeah.
So we need to take tips from Germany is what you're saying.
I think in this particular example, yes.
Okay.
Thanks, Katrina. 646 here on Seattle's Morning News. On the way, CBS White House correspondent Ed O'Keefe has more on the court hearing deciding whether the president can continue deploying the National Guard in L.A. That's next on Seattle's Morning News.
Safety comes first. When money is tight, don't neglect maintenance on your vehicle. Keep it safe. At Bucky's Complete Auto, we have you covered with no credit financing. For over 50 years, Bucky's has been servicing and repairing cars and trucks with modern-day technology and good old-fashioned customer service. There's a Bucky's just about everywhere for oil changes, wiper blades, brakes, tire rotation, tune-ups, and factory maintenance. No appointment necessary and financing is available. Check Bucky's.com for the location near you.
Well, this week's First Mark Challenge victory is a little different. We actually reach out to the small business world, to Joel Taylor and Sean O'Donnell from Sean O'Donnell's Restaurants. Sean, when Joel brought this to you, the idea of why don't we take this First Mark Challenge victory, what was your thought?
My goal was to save some money and to simplify our operations. We've got 6 locations now, and along with that comes complications. And when things get complicated, things that are important get forgotten. First Mark was able to simplify that and also save us money.
Not only have they saved us money, they helped us identify some blind spots in our policies. Their service team has been phenomenal, unparalleled in my experience, given us a lot more solutions with better coverage, and just made too much sense.
First Mark's just made it easy for us.
So if you're a business owner and your insurance is in need of simplifying and streamlining and eliminate the stress, do what Sean O'Donnell's Restaurants did. Reach out to First Mark Insurance. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com. First Mark Insurance, your teammate in the business world too, going to work for you.
An illegal alien from Guatemala charged with raping a child in Massachusetts. An MS-13 gang member from El Salvador accused of murdering a Texas man. A Venezuelan charged with filming and selling child pornography in Michigan. These are just some of the heinous migrant criminals caught because of President Donald J. Trump's leadership. I'm Kristi Noem, the United States Secretary of Homeland Security. Under President Trump, attempted illegal border crossings are at the lowest levels ever recorded, and over 100,000 illegal aliens have been arrested. If you are here illegally, you're next. You will be fined nearly $1,000 a day, imprisoned, and deported. You will never return. But if you register using our CBP Home app and leave now, you could be allowed to return legally. Do what's right. Leave now. Under President Trump, America's laws, border, and families will be protected.
Sponsored by the United States Department of Homeland Security.
Seattle's morning news. Always live, always connected. Stream, watch, subscribe, and share at mynorthwest.com.
Yesterday, a federal appeals court in San Francisco heard arguments on whether President Trump can continue deploying California's National Guard in Los Angeles to protect ICE officials.
This comes after a district judge ordered the president to return control of the National Guard to California Governor Gavin Newsom. Meanwhile, the Trump administration has deployed another 2,000 National Guard troops to the L.A. area this week.
And a lot of people are wondering if Seattle's next. Covering this for CBS News is senior White House and political correspondent Ed O'Keefe. Ed, this centers around a law known as Title 10. Can you explain what that is?
Yeah, it essentially grants a president the general authorities to deploy troops as needed, and often National Guard to either supplement natural disaster recovery or potentially overseas as part of operations. There's a sort of subsection of Title 10 that allows for this kind of deployment in instances of as it's described, basically, foreign intervention of some kind or rebellion. And it's sort of on that kind of term, rebellion. What exactly does that mean? That is at the crux of a lot of this. The other element of this, though, is that when a president is going to deploy National Guard into a state, they usually have got to seek the consent or request from the governor. And in this case, that did not happen. There was no consultation with Gavin Newsom of California, and it's on those grounds that the governor has sued. But this 3-judge panel of the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, which is now hearing the case, seem a little skeptical of California's arguments about whether the court should second-guess the president. And the administration argues the court shouldn't be involved at all, that this is something he can do, and that the law is not reviewable by courts.
And so this is a 3-judge panel, 9th District. Is there anything we can read into that, how this court tends to rule?
Well, this is sort of the notoriously most liberal appeals court circuit in the country. But in this case, the trial is, or the arguments are being heard by 2 Trump appointees and 1 judge appointed by President Biden. And so you may get a more skeptical ruling in this case. Of course, it's something that could be appealed all the way to the U.S. Supreme Court, and we'll see if California has to do that or opts to do that if they don't get the ruling they want. But the argument essentially boiled down to, can courts even be reviewing this at all? And the Justice Department argued that the law giving the president this power is unreviewable, and that the appeals court should basically toss the district court's ruling that had put a stay or blocked the president from deploying these troops and say, no, look, the president has every right to do this. It upends military chain of command, they argue. It would give state governors the ability to veto a president, which is not how it works. And California turns around and says, look, we get that a president has the authority to deploy troops, but should he have an unchecked power to do that? What about checks and balances, which is a fundamental element of the American system and the balance of power between courts, the executive, and Congress? And so a lot of the different legal challenges that this administration is facing, whether it's in the immigration realm, tariffs, or other issues, boil down to attempts by this administration to make use of decades, if not centuries-old law and apply them to the 21st century, invite a legal battle, and try to get a modern-day ruling with a conservative tilt to most of the nation's federal courts now, in hopes that it reinforces that a president has broader powers than perhaps have been exercised by recent presidents. And you'll see Congress and governors and mayors and other groups push back on that and hope that courts try to rebalance things and maybe, yes, give us a broader and more modern interpretation of some of these laws that the president's been trying to use.
Ed O'Keefe, senior White House and political correspondent for CBS News. You're a busy man, Ed, and we appreciate your time today.
Take care.
It's 6:53 now. Let's head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk with Sully.
And we're pushing towards our first peak of the morning, and it looks like we finally cleared up most of our stuff. Still have a couple of cars on the left shoulder as you work your way up, approaching 320th, coming up I-5. But overall, the drive from Tacoma to Federal Way is only running at about 28 minutes, which isn't too bad. A couple of minutes tardy, but not too bad. And just under an hour from Federal Way to Seattle, with 30 of those minutes to South Center. So plus or minus where we should be, but probably a little to the driver's advantage at this point. Valley Freeway, the same deal. We're running right around 50 minutes from end to end, and shockingly,
reminder that yes, it doesn't get there very often, and only when it really has to.
$15 in the hot lane coming up 167, though it's only 22 minutes to get you out of Auburn into Renton. The drive coming down from the north end, about 45 to 50 minutes on the I-5 or 405 corridors to get you from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. The lake bridges are fine. 18 starting to heat up a litbut over Tiger Mountain, but it overall is not too bad. Maple Valley has its highway has its normal slowing spots that we've gotten used to. Looking at Olympia to Tacoma, freeway speed for you guys, and it looks like we do have some heavy slowing now on southbound I-5 approaching the Tacoma Dome. I'm checking into that one to see what might be going on there, but just a little bit of braking coming off the Puyallup River Bridge heading towards Highway 16. This report brought to you by Lake Washington Windows and Doors. Through June, take advantage of 12 months same as cash financing. 0 down, 0 payment, 0 interest from 12 months from Lake Washington Windows. Visit lakewashingtonwindows.com.
We are seeing some scattered showers around this morning. We're headed for a high of 68. Should dry out for the afternoon. And then tomorrow, just partly cloudy and 69. Showers are back on Friday by the afternoon with a high of only 61. Right now, it is 60 in Seattle.
Remember, we're always streaming live, including when we are on commercial break. You can watch us here in the studio on mynorthwest.com.
Speaking of watching things, Sully, you brought up the stolen base at T-Mobile Park last night, Mr. Sullivan. I just watched it. The video was amazing.
Yeah, Rowdy Tellez.
He's a big boy.
Real.
Very cool.
You can always follow us on YouTube as well. Be sure to like and subscribe. Coming up, we're going to hear from Seattle's next mayor, Thaddeus Whalen. He joins the show at 7:15.
Candidate for mayor.
Yeah, Seattle's candidate for mayor, Thaddeus Whalen. It's Seattle's Morning News.
Jake and Spike.
How you doing today?
Oh, fabulous.
You're looking a little, are you a little glum?
No.
Oh, you're fabulous.
Fabulous. I'm faking it till I make it.
Good for
I'm
you.
a transmission fluid half full kind of guy.
Oh, that's nice.
How's that?
You need that today.
I do need that.
You're having some car troubles. Is that okay that I tell people that?
Yeah, of course it is. You know, we live our lives. We live our lives for the betterment and enjoyment of this city.
The Jake and Spike Show.
Weekdays, noon to 3.
On KIRO Newsradio 97.3 FM.
For more than 65 years, our service technicians at Bob's Heating and Air Conditioning have been proud to offer the home comfort solutions that your family needs. This summer, trust the team at Bob's to equip you with peace of mind, providing efficient service and expert knowledge to keep you safe and comfortable in your home. While temperatures may be on the rise, our service solutions remain steady and affordable. Plus, we'll provide you with a new filter replacement at each AC maintenance. Call Bob's Heating and Air Conditioning. Your family's comfort is our family's business.
If you want that summer body you've always dreamed of, then this message is for you, ladies, and you men too. Get rid of extra stubborn fat and address areas of loose skin around the waistline, chin, and under the upper arms with ProSculpt, the new one-day instant permanent fat removal and skin tightening treatment. Maybe you've tried the lasers, fat freezing methods, even those new pills, but without the desired results. ProSculpt is different. It's minimally invasive, performed while fully awake, gentle, yet powerful. Designed to target the waistline, chin, neck, arms, and thighs, ProSculpt uses FDA-cleared plasma technology to deliver immediate, permanent fat-reducing and skin-tightening results, all in just one visit. If you want that summer body this summer, then you must act now. Go to ProSculpt.com today to schedule your free consultation. Get $250 off. For instant, permanent fat reduction and skin tightening, visit ProSculpt.com.
Kick off your 4th of July weekend with a Mariners fireworks show at Seattle's summer home, T-Mobile Park. It's a Mariners patriotic party. Thursday, July 3rd, presented by T-Mobile. Fly ball right field. Sailing back. Gone! Legend, Cal Raleigh. Catch Cal and the crew take on the Royals at 7:10. Then stick around as the sky explodes with red, white, and boom. Fireworks and Mariners baseball. That's 2 spectacular shows in one unforgettable night.
J.P. Crawford with a walk-off single. Holy smokes, what a finish.
Lock in your seats now at mariners.com/fireworks and check out the full fireworks lineup this summer, including an 80s night on July 18th and Show Tunes theme on August 1st. Plus, don't miss big-time giveaways like patriotic trucker hats on July 4th and J.P. Crawford basketball jerseys on July 5th. Mariners baseball. Tridents up.
G. Scott here with former Seahawks Cliff Averill and Doug Baldwin. I heard you guys are having a celebrity pickleball tournament to raise money for Nourishing Champions. Why pickleball?
Pickleball is, obviously, it's a growing sport, but also just to the community in Seattle, they've already welcomed it. The beautiful thing about this model is that we will actually be playing with community.
You know, we're excited about this pickleball tournament. It's all about bringing families together, but also, you know, you get to come out there and compete against myself, Doug, Michael Bennett, and we are the most competitive people. So regardless of how sorry Doug might be, he will be out there competing like it's a Super Bowl. And again, it's just all about bringing community together and having a great time, but all for a great cause and raising money for these grassroots organizations.
Come out and help me beat Cliff. Help me beat Cliff.
All right, this is going to be fun. Sign up for the Celebrity Pickleball Tournament, open to all skill levels. For details, go to championsofchangefoundation.org/pickleball.
Lori here from Guardian Roofing, Gutters, and Insulation, where we stand by our quality gutter and gutter guard systems with a 30-year no-clog guarantee on all gutter guard systems we install. Call today and get $250 off gutter guard installation or visit us at guardianroofing.com.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. On this 6th day of the Israel-Iran conflict, Iran's supreme leader is issuing a warning, with President Trump considering sending U.S. forces to attack his country's nuclear facilities. Correspondent Vicky Barker is at the foreign desk.
In an address to the Iranian people, the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei called President Trump's call for an unconditional surrender ridiculous and unacceptable, saying Iran is not afraid of any threats and that America will suffer more than Iran if the U.S. joins the Israeli strikes.
Israel claims Air Force jets destroyed Iran's internal security headquarters today as each country continues strikes on the other. Anti-war protesters on hand as Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth testifies before the Senate Armed Services Committee this hour on the Pentagon budget.
America first. Use our troops here to defend us at home. Don't go abroad for a pariah genocidal state of Israel.
It's beginning to feel a lot like summer, far to the north and west. CBS meteorologist Rob Marciano.
Frontier state of Alaska, been in the 80s all week here. The heat advisory is up 83 degrees in Fairbanks today, so they're wearing shorts and T-shirts there in Alaska. Just about 10 degrees above average. You know, it does get warm this time of year. As a reminder, summer begins on Friday.
A heat advisory has been extended in parts of Southern California's Orange County. It could hit 118 today in Palm Springs. Temperatures expected to climb into the 90s in the Northeast. Like a cocktail or two or three to wind down, federal health officials may drop recommended limits.
The current U.S. dietary guidelines say women should have no more than 1 drink a day and men should have no more than 2. The new guidelines will likely not recommend any specific number, but simply encourage Americans to drink in moderation. It would be a big change months after former Surgeon General Vivek Murthy called for warning labels on alcoholic drinks about the possible cancer risks. Oncologist Dr. Dale Shepard.
More people die every year of preventable alcohol-related cancers than drunken driving.
Michael Wallace, CBS News.
It's back-to-back Stanley Cups for the Panthers.
It's a hat trick! Sam Reinhart!
Reinhart scored 4 goals in Florida's 5-1 victory over Edmonton in Game 6 on TNT. Panthers defenseman Seth Jones.
Unbelievable experience. Been here a few months, and the only thing on these guys' mind here is winning a Stanley Cup, and so happy I got to be a part of it.
Dow up 106 ahead of today's Fed meeting on interest rates. S&P ahead 15. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
7:03, let's head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk with Chris Sullivan.
And I want to thank all my KIRO drivers who are hitting me up on the text line, letting me know that we have a stalled out semi, it looks like, that's blocking the right lane as you go southbound on I-5 past the Tacoma Dome. So that's why you come to a full stop really quickly as you get across the Puyallup River Bridge. So just keep an eye on that. Also, Don just let me know that he can't confirm. It's crawling down the South Hill. 512 hasn't found anything yet other than just some volume. So plan on a couple of minutes there. And then Puyallup to Renton's running a little over 50 minutes now. The brake lights from Algona up past Emerald Downs, plus at the north end. So we've got 30 minutes out of Auburn. 30 minutes as well from Renton to Bellevue. About an hour now from Federal Way to Seattle. So about average. It's actually not as bad past the West Seattle Bridge as it could be at this time of the morning. Coming down from the north end, not too bad in Marysville, not too bad across the Trestle. It's really away from Linwood where we see the brake lights. 50 minutes from Everett to Seattle, about 55 from Everett into Bellevue. This report brought to you by D.R. Horton. With over 20 Puget Sound communities, D.R. Horton has the right home for you. Learn more at drhorton.com. D.R. Horton, America's builder and equal housing opportunity builder.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and mynorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
At 7:04 new this morning, we're following a deadly police chase in Edmonds.
Investigators say the suspect drove off a ferry dock during the chase, killing 2 people in that car. We get the details live from KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey.
Just after 11 o'clock last night, state troopers tell me 2 people died. 3 others were seriously injured. Snohomish County deputies say they were chasing a Mini Cooper when it drove onto the Edmonds ferry dock, then right into the water. Here's how a witness described seeing that Mini being pulled out of the water to KIRO 7 TV.
You could see the Mini Cooper being lifted up, and you could see just its underbelly pointed straight at the camera. It's like, wow. And water leaking out of it.
Witnesses say the car was speeding, weaving in and out of traffic with its lights off when it headed straight for that ferry dock. The water there is about 40 feet deep, still really, really cold. State troopers tell me there were a total of 5 people in the car. The 3 injured were rushed to Harborview. Here's another witness.
And the ferry showed up, but they wouldn't let it land, and so it was just kind of floating around out here a little bit aimlessly. It was doing little circles, and then eventually came back, and it was shining its tracking light on the water, I think presumably trying to help them find people or whatever.
For anyone commuting right now, the ferry terminal is back opened up just a little after 5 a.m., so we're not expecting any delays.
Appreciate the update, Luke. It's 7:05 now. Tacoma police still searching for the person who shot someone outside of Lincoln High School yesterday. KIRO 7 TV's Samantha Lomibau has details.
Cody Stevens was picking up his little sister on Tuesday when he says he saw a student get shot in front of Lincoln High School.
They come out
They're talking about F your gang. And then they let some shots loose. And then everyone started running.
Just before 3 p.m., Tacoma police say the teenager was struck by a bullet. Officers say the suspect ran away. The high school was put into a modified lockdown with restricted access to the building. Sadly, people we spoke to say this has become a new normal.
This stuff happens all the time, so I'm not shocked. I'm not surprised.
Police say that teenage victim was taken to the hospital with non-life-threatening injuries.
Former Seahawk Richard Sherman now faces DUI charges. KIRO 7 TV's Brandon Thompson reports this stems from an arrest last year.
This happened back in February. According to court documents, Sherman was pulled over on 405 in Renton. Prosecutors say they had to wait for blood tests to come back from the WSP crime lab. Now, Sherman is scheduled to appear in court later this month.
News matters. Experience counts. You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
It's 7:07. Glad to have you with us on this Wednesday. It's June 18th. Chris Sully keeping an eye on the roads for us. Traffic every 10 minutes.
We also have producer David Burbank in the studio, Katrina Gishard out at the news desk with us this morning, and Nick Krasia is running the control room board. Good morning, Nick.
Morning, man.
Hello, hello.
It's hump day.
It is hump day.
Yes.
Thank you. And we have afternoon baseball after that 8-0 win yesterday.
And Rowdy Tellez had the stolen base.
Oh my gosh! I just watched the video. It was great.
He's a big dude.
Yes, he is.
Well, it's going to be. We're told we might start with the stadium closed, T-Mobile Park, but Nick Allard told us he expects it to be open with drier conditions later this afternoon, so we'll keep an eye on that. We'll get an update from Nick in just a few minutes.
Lots coming up this hour. We hear from another candidate for Seattle's next mayor, Thaddeus Whelan, joins the show with his vision for the city.
Plus, we go live to Jerusalem with CBS's Robert Berger with what the scene is there as the conflict continues between Israel and Iran.
It's 7:08. A massive explosion rocked a neighborhood in Oak Harbor yesterday. This happened about 5:45 on Strawberry Point Road. 3 adults were inside the home when it blew up. 2 made it out with minor injuries. 1 person is still missing. Fire crews stayed on the scene overnight watching for flare-ups. The Island County Sheriff's Office says they'll start investigating once it's safe. No word yet on what caused the blast.
It appears charges will be filed against the state trooper involved in a deadly crash in Richland back in March. Investigators say Trooper Sarah Clayson's blood alcohol level was 0.17%, nearly 6 hours after the crash. That's more than double the legal limit. Police say she was off duty in her personal car when she hit a motorcycle, killing the rider.
I'm not convinced that alcohol wasn't a factor, so right now you are under arrest. Okay. Let's go ahead and put your hand behind your back.
That's from police body cam footage. Spokane County Chief Criminal Deputy Preston McCollum says his team is still reviewing the case, but that charges will be filed. No word exactly when.
Tacoma fire crews are seeing fewer fires at homeless encampments, but still hundreds a year. The News Tribune reports more than 300 calls in the past 12 months. That includes brush fires, trash fires, and smoke investigations. Crews say many start from cooking or warming fires that get out of control. Some camps are in hard-to-reach areas, making response tricky. Outreach workers say people often burn trash when there's no pickup. The city disagrees, saying services are available.
A crash in the Capitol Hill neighborhood yesterday morning left a woman dead. Seattle police say a driver pulled out of a garage and ran over someone lying in the street. Happened just after 6:30 on Boylston. The woman was taken to Harborview, did not survive. Police haven't confirmed it, but it appears she was homeless and asleep in the road. The driver stayed and cooperated with police. There are no signs of drugs or alcohol.
4 teenagers are in serious trouble after a gun bust in Everett. The Snohomish County Sheriff's Office says they were tied to gangs and armed. A deputy spotted them June 9th acting suspicious near 128th Street Southwest. He saw a pistol in their car, modified to shoot fully automatic. It was also reportedly stolen out of Tacoma. All 4 were under 21, so they weren't allowed to have guns at all. A later search turned up a ghost gun with a 3D printed part and a 30-round magazine. The car was impounded. The investigation continues.
More than 1 million gallons of trash cleaned up, more than 49,000 graffiti tags and stickers removed. The Downtown Seattle Association has released new data on its ambassadors over the past year, highlighting their efforts to help Seattle shine. James Cito with with the Downtown Seattle Association says they put in close to 300,000 hours and welcomed more than 1 million visitors to downtown Seattle last fiscal year.
And these men and women are going out there day in and day out. They're really taking care of this place, and they're doing a great job.
Can't miss them along Seattle's downtown streets. There are 165 Downtown Seattle Association ambassadors wearing green and blue vests.
A local school district is about to institute a cell phone ban. KIRO News Radio's Frank Lindsay reports the move is designed to get kids more focused and to cut down on things like cyberbullying and fights.
Starting with the 2025-26 school year, the North Shore District will no longer allow personal mobile devices in early childhood programs, elementary or middle schools. They want students to leave their cell phones and smartwatches at home, but if they do bring them, they need to be turned off and stored away for the entire school day. Now, high schoolers will be able to use their devices before and after school, between classes, and at lunchtime, just not during class. Frank Lindsay, KIRO News Radio.
Okay, we are going to be interviewing a candidate for mayor. You might want to hop on over to our YouTube live feed. We'll be able to watch that video with Thaddeus Whalen. That is coming up after we check weather.
Let's do that right now. For that, KIRO 7's Nick Allard joins us. What's happening?
Well, right now we have some showers. There aren't very many, but if you looked at the radar, you would see them mainly south and east of Seattle, south and east of Tacoma. I don't really think we will see a whole lot. We're just going to see a few more showers for the first half of the day, including maybe getting a few more sprinkles in Seattle. You have a little more around Olympia and then again farther north into Whatcom County. We'll see these showers dissipate, and I think you'll keep some in the foothills, in the mountains mainly, and then maybe just a little in the Puget Sound convergence zone in Snohomish County that could last into tomorrow morning. But most of us will see some increasing sun breaks today and get to about the upper 60s and lower 70s. So just some brief morning rain. We definitely could use more. We're not going to get it, though, today at least. Tomorrow, I think we see a mainly dry day, just a lot of clouds. And then on Thursday, we're talking about, tomorrow's Thursday. Then on Friday, we're talking about some increasing showers. I'll get my days right. Showers will mainly pick up in the afternoon and evening. So the first day of summer, last day of spring, Friday, it's going to be cool in the low 60s, cloudy to mostly cloudy, and showers pick up as the day goes on and really do stick around through Saturday. It's only going to be like 59 to 60 on Saturday. We'll probably end up with at least a few tenths of an inch of rain. And then by Sunday, we're back to 70. I'd say partly cloudy and a few lingering showers with the heat kicking back in again Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. So we could use some more rain, but it's going to be a couple days before we get it. Maybe you were one of the lucky ones and had a few light showers this morning, but there won't be much more today.
All right. This report brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors. Right now in Seattle is cloudy and 58.
And it's 7:13. Time to head back to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. We do that every 10 minutes. Here's Sully. No, really. Here's Sully.
Yeah, it's all right. David's looking at me weird because I'm doing some weird I'm prepping my mind for towing. So I've been backing up a trailer.
You still have days to do that. You can practice later.
I'm just doing it in my head. Right? Sorry. Yeah, so he was looking at me like, what are you doing?
What's happening in the real world?
Oh,
when
the
it comes
real
to
world,
traffic?
not inside my brain? Okay. We're looking at a drive that's plus or minus maybe a little faster than you might expect. I think we're starting to see the impact of some schools being out and things like that or getting close to that. So we're looking at the heaviest brake lights now, heading up the Fife Hill towards Highway 18 and then up just past that. We've been working with a crash on the left-hand shoulder for the better part of the last 45 minutes. And it's, I think, down to the last car to be towed out of there. And so we're running at about 30 minutes from Tacoma to Federal Way, about a 10-minute delay there. Then you've got about an hour to get up into Seattle, 35 of those minutes into South Center. The Valley Freeway is now definitely about an hour. We're seeing brake lights on and off as you head north out of Sumner and then really heavy in Auburn. 35 minutes matching as well from Renton into Bellevue. So that puts us well over an hour from Auburn into Bellevue. Coming down from the north end, we've got about hour drives from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. The lake bridges are good. This report brought to you by Northwest Hope and Healing. Join them for Life in Color on August 17th, honoring the journey of those impacted by cancer. Get tickets at nwhopeandhealing.org.
7:15 now. A Hollywood legend just had a meeting with the Pope at the Vatican. KIRO News Radio's Katrina Gishard is here to tell us all about it.
On Monday, Al Pacino, the Godfather himself, met Pope Leo XIV. Pacino was joined by one of his producers on his new movie, all about the brothers behind the Maserati cars. In a series of posts on Instagram, the producer presented the Holy Father with a scale model Maserati in honor of their film.
Rappresenta i valori della famiglia, dell'unione, della pace, che sono quelli che lei ci dice ogni giorno. E quindi abbiamo portato appunto c'è una
Such a beautiful language. Well, this marks the first time a movie star has an audience with the first American Pope. Pacino also brought Pope Leo a White Sox baseball cap since he heard he was a fan.
Did he say hello to my papal friend?
I don't know about that, but I hope not.
Wrong movie.
I'll bet you the
too.
Pope has
Come on,
dozens
anyway.
of hats now because he was just in Chicago,
yes.
right? Throwing out the first pitch. All right. And they need to trick out a Maserati to make the coolest Pope mobile ever.
This is a good thinking.
Yeah.
I like that, Manda. 7:16.
Seattle's Morning News on KIRO Newsradio.
And we continue to interview candidates as we approach the Seattle primary election. That happens in August.
Thaddeus Whalen says Seattle needs bold, progressive leadership. He's the candidate to deliver it, he says. He's a North Seattle resident, an Army vet, and former federal policy staffer that is, who wants to overhaul how the city handles homelessness, policing, and housing. Why? Thanks for being here first.
It's wonderful to be here, genuinely.
Why do you want to be the mayor of Seattle?
Being a federal, I'm actually currently a federal worker, and I'm still with the FAA as of right now. I've seen firsthand what federal overreach and a heavy hand can cause, how it can cause problems for even just regular people. And involving myself inside of the Seattle city government has always been my dream for a decade at this point. And seeing that we have a crisis on our hands just everywhere, from our transportation to our policing structure to our housing, I've spent the better part of my adult life studying and being prepared for this. And I want to bring that to Seattle's voters and to its municipal.
So let's get into that a little bit. What are some of the top issues you think face the city of Seattle?
I would genuinely say that the first step on this is housing costs. That's probably what everyone says, but from everywhere, from your retirees to your young individuals who are just trying to rent, to your mid-range individuals who are just trying to buy a home. All of that is far too expensive, and the city with the comp plan has a very strong ability to adjust and work to change that so that we can actually have affordable housing for everybody, not just me, not just your homeowners, but everybody.
Thaddeus, what about drugs? We had one candidate in last week who said it should just all be legalized. Where do you land on that?
Legalization of drugs is the genuine way to get to harm reduction, and I'd agree with that wholeheartedly. The main problem that happens with drugs is when you criminalize it, and I hate to bring this to kind of like our current events with the ICE raids that are happening within the city. Once you criminalize it, and once you start attacking people for doing these things that are effectively civil in nature, you are causing them to go into the shadows and hurt themselves more. We can provide proper services to make certain that these people get the help that they need, and we can make certain that they are seen out of those problems rather than mired within them and without any help to go to.
Well, how would that work? We're in a state, a nation that has criminalized drugs. How does that work on a local level?
A lot of it is just enforcement. The greatest line that I've ever heard is something is only illegal as long as it's enforced. And a lot of that comes down to just saying, hey, don't charge these people with crimes. Don't put them in jail. Don't fine them. Don't let them lose their jobs, their homes, their livelihoods. Let's get them in contact with a social worker. Let's get them in contact with a hospital. Let's make certain that they have those positive resources, and they know that they are cared for, and they have somebody to actually come to it when they actually have problems.
You mentioned you've been here 10 years, which is kind of a short time. What have you done to, how have you been able to understand how Seattle works?
It's being a migrant to the city. This is actually kind of a normal thing for a lot of Seattle residents. There's actually good research saying that about 60% of Seattle residents are first generation. I'm part of that, and I want my mom to come up here. I want her to retire here. All of that is because I have done massive amounts of research on this city. I pore over items. I love this city. I am a huge Seattle sports fan. I want the Sonics to return. And I want this to be the city that I live and die in. I have found a home here, and while it may sound strange, found homes are something of a normalcy in my life, and I'm very happy to say that Seattle is that.
A lot of our listeners tell us they are concerned with Seattle's issues with crime. We have seen crime rates overall go down over the past couple of years, but I would be hard-pressed to tell someone in Pioneer Square, in the Chinatown International District, Capitol Hill, that it's not a problem. Talk to me about what your administration would do to approach crime in Seattle.
That's actually what I did a lot of my thesis research on. I did my thesis research on the Seattle Police Department and the Seattle police officers killed. And actually, I can confirm with this that there's actually kind of a diasporatic reaction when it comes to crime. We've seen major, what you would call like violent crimes go down, murders, etc. But we've actually seen shoplifting and petty theft and B&E having a slight uptick. And that is genuinely down to a socioeconomic condition that people are just not getting what they need. We don't pay people enough to live in our city. People are struggling to survive. And a lot of that comes down to just making certain that people have their basic needs met. And that goes back to the housing costs, that goes to the grocery prices, and that goes to having your social net able to live with you in the city as well, making certain that you are socially provided for just as well as physically.
Would you say Seattle has a gang problem?
No, not at all. Especially not considered to other cities within the United States. Especially in the current era, gang situations have been falling precipitously. And on top of that, the main way to solve that is through third spaces. You need to give people some place to be where you don't have to spend money to be there. That's something that I had as a child. Even I was able to go to a rec center in Texas, even if it was tiny, a YMCA. But all those are kind of starting to dry up, and that's just due to the cost of doing business in Seattle right now, and mostly down to rent prices.
So it's your contention that the recent shootings involving Glock switches, we're talking Pioneer Square and elsewhere, those have nothing to do with gang violence?
Those are, as I was saying before, we are seeing a decrease in those violent crimes, and those definitely have a place. I'm not saying that there is a problem. To me is something that is completely out of hand, and we do not have the resources to solve it right now. And while I would say that we have plenty of we still have an issue with it, I wouldn't call it a problem insofar as we need to tear this up at the roots rather than attacking the downstream effects.
All right, mayoral candidate and safety advocate Thaddeus Whalen on the August ballot for Seattle mayor. Thaddeus, thanks for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
Nice to meet you. Take care.
And you can catch our entire interview with Thaddeus. It'll be posted up on mynorthwest.com shortly.
We need to get over to Chris Sullivan. He's at the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk.
And we're still running 10 minutes behind schedule northbound I-5 as we work our way up the 5 Hill to 18. Earlier crash near 320th gives us about a 30-minute trip to get you up to Federal Way. And then Federal Way to Seattle, still very slow up through that Kent Des Moines Road today. Big gap, and then you hit it again. Hour and 10-minute trip from Federal Way to Seattle. 35 to 40 of those minutes just getting you up into South Center. Over 35 minutes now on northbound 405 as you work your way through the Renton S-curves. Behind that, 55 minutes to an hour to go from Puyallup up into Renton, so behind schedule there as well. Coming down from the north end, a little over an hour from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. The lake bridges are fine. This report brought to you by Bucky's Complete Auto. Safety first comes with no credit financing at Bucky's Complete Auto. Oil changes, brakes, tune-ups, and more. Check for the Bucky's nearest you at buckys.com.
The Jake and Spike Show.
Weekdays noon to 3.
Seattle is the nation's most male-skewed major city. There's more men in Seattle. They say in the article here, they said the most masculine city, but I absolutely disagree with that.
Have you seen the men in this town?
Exactly.
Please.
It's
It's not like it's 80-20.
No,
that's when it's hard to meet a lady.
That's true.
When there's 4 guys for every girl. That's when it's here come the bride's time.
The Jake and Spike Show.
Weekdays, noon to 3.
On KIRO News Radio 97.3 FM.
Hey there, Lori from Guardian Roofing, Gutters, and Insulation. Want to keep your home happy and prevent roof water damage? The answer is gutters. So if you're looking for gutter installation, cleaning, gutter guards, or repair, Guardian is here to the rescue. With Guardian's exclusive gutter and gutter protection systems, we are able to provide our own 30-year no-clog guarantee on all gutter systems we install. Call today and get $250 off a gutter guard installation or visit us at guardianroofing.com.
And now, tales of another way. You're making your go-to goulash. Salt, pepper, and paprika. But you spy smoked paprika in the spice rack. And your go-to goulash becomes go-go goulash. Sometimes another way is the better way, like the new SR 509 Expressway, the alternate route that'll help manage congestion on I-5 and other local roads. Plus, provide better access to SeaTac. Open soon. Free through summer. Learn more at goodtogo509.com.
Well, this week's First Mark Challenge victory goes to Andre. Andre, why did you call First Mark Insurance?
My wife and I were going to get married, and we wanted to combine our insurance for both home and auto.
Were they able to save you any money?
The money they quoted us was actually the same as what we were paying separately. However, the coverage that we received was immensely greater than what we were previously receiving. It's quite scary how unprotected we were with our previous coverage. Under First Mark, I'd probably say we doubled the coverage that we had. It was a huge deal.
What would you tell others they can expect when they make that call to First Mark?
Take the 15-minute phone call. It's totally free. It's not going to cost me a thing. And the very least that could happen is just gain a better understanding. The best that could happen is it could either save money or get much better coverage, which is exactly what happened.
Andre did it. My family did it. You got to do it, and it's totally free. Take the First Mark Challenge today. See how much they can save you and how much better your coverage will get. Maybe you will be our next First Mark Challenge victory. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com.
At Dunn, relationships are everything. It's why we build a culture around building the best relationships possible, building joy and trust, one interaction at a time. So whether you need trusted advice, help with material selection, project planning, or loading your vehicle, we go the extra mile to remove as much of the hassle as we can. If there's anything we can do to serve you better, contact me personally, Mike Dunn at dunlumber.com.
Dunn Lumber, building success together.
Breaking news for the people of Boomtown. With Xfinity Mobile, the Wi-Fi is booming, at home and on the go.
And an upgrade storm's on the way.
That's right. And with Xfinity Mobile Premium Unlimited, you can upgrade your phone when you want, up to 2 times a year.
Now, once customers catch wind of the guaranteed new device discount, it'll be the biggest upgrade storm in history.
Wow. Let's hear from our weatherman on the scene.
How's it looking out there, Rick?
Well, Bill, the Wi-Fi is still booming.
Now through September 30th, existing Xfinity Internet customers can get an unlimited line included for a year. Plus, ask how to get a free 5G phone. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Unlimited line offer requires Xfinity 300 megabit internet or above. Taxes, fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Reduced speeds after use of monthly data included with your data option. Data thresholds vary.
This could be the oddest gift anyone's ever given me.
But I'll bet you use it.
When the time is right, I suppose.
That's the idea.
A plunger.
An Apollo plumbing plunger.
Free for me?
Actually, free to everyone we visit.
Because?
We believe some things you can do on your own.
And if this plunger can't fix it?
Apollo Plumbing will.
Just like that.
You call, we come, it's fixed.
Wouldn't you rather I just call?
You're welcome to.
Okay.
But for a simple backup?
Something I can solve myself?
Try your free plunger.
I'll admit it's kind of spiffy.
Apply a little pressure.
And if it still won't clear?
Call Apollo Plumbing.
The ready right now plumbers.
Our big blue trucks come stocked full of fixes.
And a plunger wielding plumber.
A clean screen trained and trustworthy Apollo plumber.
They come in a jiffy.
Arriving when promised to put plumbing problems in your past.
And give me a free plunger.
That too.
You know, I kind of like this plunger.
I'm sure it'll come in handy.
Just like Apollo Plumbing.
ApolloPlumbing.com.
Eric Johnson here. I covered a lot of accidents over the past 30 years or so, but I never got to say much about what to do after a crash. Be honest, do you know what evidence to collect, what pictures to take, what documents to request, or what you shouldn't say to your insurance company? The Washington Accident Book Series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the roads throw at them. Know your rights and how to avoid common mistakes after an accident by getting your free copy at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Spike O'Neill here. Sharp Vision Modern LASIK and Lens gave me back the perfect vision I had up until a few years ago. Now, never need glasses again. Never develop cataracts. Been about 6 months since my RLE surgery. My vision is better than it's ever been in my life. Sharp Vision Modern LASIK and Lens, privately owned, no corporate shareholders or boardrooms. Dr. Sharp built his business on the principle of always strive to overaccomplish, never overprice. Call 425-451-2020 or go online to sharp-vision.com. That's sharp-vision.com. Official eye care providers of Sounders FC.
Worried about your aging parents' bathroom? You can convert that old tub into a walk-in shower with Bathfitter. Custom fit, installed in just one day with 0% interest for 24 months. Call Bathfitter now or visit bathfitternw.com.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. It is 7:31. Deputies are dispelling a new rumor on social media that Travis Decker, the homeless former soldier at the center of a manhunt in eastern Washington, has been captured.
And investigators have released new images of what Decker could look like now after 3 weeks on the run.
KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey is here in the studio with more on those fake videos floating around.
Yeah, what is wrong with people, you know? I mean, it took me just seconds to find a dozen fake videos about Decker's capture like this one on TikTok.
Travis Decker has officially been arrested at the border. Authorities say he was trying to escape across the border, blending in with a group of illegal migrants in a desperate bid to vanish for good.
Again, that's a fake report on TikTok. Decker has not been captured. He's wanted on suspicion of killing his 3 daughters. There is a new search area we want to talk about. Yesterday, we tracked a search helicopter circling the foothills of the Teanaway Valley, just 5 miles from Cle Elum. Last night, around 11 o'clock, another helicopter circled the Enchantments again. You'll remember, a week into the search, deputies got a tip, then spotted and started tracking a lone hiker from near Kolchuk Lake in the Enchantments down into a valley near the Ingalls Creek Trail. We're trying to track down more information on that. Well, today, however, Kittitas County says they now have tactical teams of their own actively searching for Decker. They're asking everyone in the area around Liberty and the Teanaway Valley to be on the lookout for any suspicious person and to check your trail cameras, your ring cameras for any signs of Decker. Also, those new images of what Decker could look like right now, if he shaved his head or he shaved his beard or a combination of different looks. You know, we have renderings that were just released by law enforcement up on mynorthwest.com. Also, a reminder for anyone interested that there will be a public memorial service for Peyton, Evelyn, and Olivia in Wenatchee this Friday at 5 p.m. We're going to make sure we get those details up on My Northwest as well.
Luke Ducey, thank you. There was a shooting outside Tacoma's Lincoln High School that sent one teen to the hospital yesterday afternoon.
Police did not confirm the victim is a student at the school. A witness tells KIRO 7 TV he saw what led to the gunfire.
Some fool come outside. He said, F your gang, and then started shooting.
Police say the victim went to a nearby business for help and has non-life-threatening injuries. The gunman is still on the run.
We check in with Sully for traffic every 10 minutes at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. And where do we start?
Well, we're going to start off with just an overarching comment on today that it's about average, maybe a little less than in some places. The heaviest and most unusual slowing northbound I-5 as you work your way up the Five Hill to Highway 18. We've been working with a crash that's off on the left-hand shoulder up approaching 320th for the better part of the morning. And we're running 35 minutes now from Tacoma to Federal Way, which is about 10 minutes slower than you might expect. And then you just kind of continue on the brakes off and on up through the Kent Des Moines Road. It's 35 minutes up into South Center, another 35 plus from, and so that puts us at about an hour and 15 to make it all the way from Federal Way to Seattle. That's about average. Looking at the Valley Freeway, 35 minutes or less now from Auburn, but that puts us at about an hour all the way from Puyallup. So expect the brake lights there heavy into and through the Auburn core, and then Renton to Bellevue, if you're continuing up 405, it's going to be about a 42-minute trip. The Maple Valley Highway is also very slow today up past Cedar Grove around the corner. 18 looks about average. Coming down from the north end, well over an hour and 10 minutes now from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. All of the brake lights there are really restricted to south of Linwood. Across the lake, we're doing okay, and we're still dealing with a conked out semi on southbound 5 right around the Tacoma Dome. Just a little bit of slowing across the Puyallup River Bridge. This report brought to you by Superior Linen Service. You never get a second chance to make a first impression. Superior Linen Service will help your company look good with logoed apparel, uniforms, floor mats, and more. Visit SUPLinen.com.
Well, it may not look like it right now, but it should be a nice afternoon for baseball. A 1:10 first pitch at T-Mobile Park. Should dry out by then and see some peaks of sunshine. It's 68, the forecast high for today. Tomorrow, dry, partly cloudy, and 69, and then the showers come back for the first day of summer. Summer arrives in the evening. We'll see scattered showers on Friday and 61. Same deal on Saturday. It's cloudy and 60 in Seattle right now.
News matters. Experience counts. You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
7:36 Wednesday morning. Yesterday, a federal appeals court in San Francisco heard arguments on whether President Trump can continue deploying California's National Guard in Los Angeles to protect ICE officials.
This after a district judge ordered the president to return control of the National Guard to California Governor Gavin Newsom. Meanwhile, the Trump administration has deployed another 2,000 National Guard troops into the L.A. area this week.
We asked former State Attorney General Rob McKenna about this and how it could impact our state.
Well, the federal government has a lot of discretion here to deploy troops. Defense Secretary Hegseth used a provision of federal law called Title 10, allowing the president to call in the National Guard when the country is at risk of invasion or rebellion. Of course, that raises the question, is this an invasion? Is it a rebellion, or is it just people exercising their First Amendment rights? A lower court, the trial court, ruled that the deployment was illegal. That ruling has not been overturned, but an appeals court, the Ninth Circuit, decided that for now, the president can retain command of those troops, and so they paused the ruling of the district court judge that said the deployment was unlawful. So for now, while the Court of Appeals hears this argument and actually makes a formal ruling on the merits, the troops can remain on station in L.A.
Well, the president has threatened to send troops here to the Seattle area, so obviously that would have implications here, right?
It would. You recall that during the situation on Capitol Hill with the autonomous zone or the CHOP, federal government did not send in federal forces. This time, if something like that happened again, I wouldn't be surprised if the president decided to send troops in. So it sort of puts a premium on keeping things under control at a local level.
That's former State Attorney General Rob McKenna. Rob joins us every Wednesday.
Seattle's Homicide and Assault Unit is taking over the investigation of an assault on an independent conservative journalist. This happened after the peaceful No Kings protests as crowds lit fires in front of the federal building downtown. Video shows Cam Higbee apparently targeted by one person in black. You can hear the punches land on Higbee's helmet as bystanders tried to break it up.
Let him go.
Higbee rolls away, then uses pepper spray and retreats. Some people online have identified the person they believe to be Higbee's attacker. We don't name suspects unless they're charged with a crime.
Seattle School Superintendent Brent Jones still on medical leave and likely won't be back before September, and that's when his term officially ends. School board is expected to vote today to name Fred Podesta as acting superintendent. He's been filling in since mid-May. Board documents say Jones will stay on leave for what they call a personal health matter. The district hopes to have a new superintendent in place by September 3rd.
Fire agencies across Washington state are on high alert as we enter the wildfire season. KIRO 7 TV's Ranji Sinha spoke with Central Pierce Fire and Rescue about the impact of this dry end to spring.
We're already experiencing small fires in the region, things that we probably wouldn't see traditionally until mid-July.
For Central Pierce Fire and Rescue, this wildfire season marks the start of a new era. After voters approved a merger, Central Pierce combined with Graham and Orting to create a new fire district, covering nearly 180 square miles with great potential for wildfires.
Much of our community is growing in the Graham area, many developments out there, and they butt up right adjacent to forest land.
We've already seen one fire in Cle Elum destroy a family's home.
Chris, what's your traffic hotspot?
It continues to be northbound I-5 trying to get up the Fife Hill up into Federal Way, so we'll break it down next.
You never know what's in store each morning once you hit the road.
We've got a major traffic alert in effect right now.
While you're getting ready every morning, make us part of your routine.
What morning, huh?
Yeah. Got off to an early start.
Just tell your smart speaker to play KIRO News Radio or stream us on the app.
Both directions of I-5 are closed.
We'll help you get where you're going faster.
Maybe bail at 512.
KIRO News Radio. We're on your smart speaker, the app, and 97.3 FM.
Do you notice sounds coming from your crawl space or attic, or possibly stale or foul odors in your home? This could be that rodents have gotten into your attic and crawl and have made it their home. They tear up the insulation to make nests to have babies. They contaminate it with their biological waste, which can be harmful to your health. And they ruin your home's energy blanket, costing you thousands of dollars a year. If you even think you may have a problem, call Insulation Northwest today, and we will come to your home as soon as tomorrow and perform a free, no-obligation inspection to determine what the problem is. This inspection normally costs $199, but it's yours free just for calling today. If we discover any problem with rodents in your home, we can get them out and keep them out and restore your home's protective insulation blanket back to brand new condition. Let Insulation Northwest give peace and comfort back to you and your family and save you thousands of dollars in energy savings. Call Insulation Northwest today, the real insulation company.
InsulationNorthwest.com.
Eric Johnson here. I spent the past 30 years working to help make our community better informed, better protected when it comes to consumer issues, and better equipped to take on whatever life throws at us. That's why I love the free Washington Accident book series from Davis Law Group. These books keep us better informed about the law, better able to protect ourselves on and off the road, and better off when all is said and done after an accident. Chris Davis didn't have to write these books. He did it because he saw a need. People who were in accidents or other legal situations didn't know what to do, what pictures to take, documents to request. Only a tiny fraction of the people who get these free books will ever become clients of Davis Law Group, but that's not the point. Chris wrote them because it was the right thing to do. The free Washington Accident book series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the road might throw at them. Get yours at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Fraud is rampant, and those on Medicare are targets. Medicare never makes cold calls, so when someone calls you and says they're from Medicare, hang up. If you get an offer for free medical equipment or services, toss it. When you get your medical statement, read it. And if anything looks suspicious, report it to the Senior Medicare Patrol with Sheba. Sheba is a free, unbiased service of the Washington State Office of the Insurance Commissioner. If you suspect fraud, search Medicare Sheba or call 800-562-6900.
At 7:43, we head to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk with Chris Sullivan.
And we continue to keep most of our attention down in the Tacoma-Fife area. That's where we have the heaviest slowing and most unusual. I get to start with northbound, where we had an earlier crash up near Highway 18, just north of it. And we're backing up all the way from about the Puyallup River Bridge, off and on through Fife, up to the area there by 320th. So it's going to take you about 35 minutes to go from Tacoma to Federal Way. That's about 10, 12 minutes slower than it should be. And then you've got an hour and 15-minute trip from Federal Way to Seattle, with 40 of those minutes from South Center. Those last couple of miles are going to be pretty difficult. Southbound of on I-5, right by the Tacoma Dome, we continue to work with a stalled semi. You hit the brakes super hard going southbound right at the Puyallup River Bridge, kind of an all-stop situation. Then you kind of have to work your way through the merging, but this semi's in the right lane by the Dome. You get out of it pretty quickly. Valley Freeway, about an hour from end to end, no surprise there. And then Renton to Bellevue's a little over 40 minutes now. Maybe 45, depending on how you hit the brake lights right there at I-90. Speaking of 90, we have slowing in both directions there right around 405 and a little bit off of Mercer Island across the lake. 520 is not bad at all. Everett to Seattle, Everett to Bellevue, both of those drives about an hour and 10 minutes, with 50 of those minutes just from Linwood. This report brought to you by Lake Washington Windows and Doors. Through June, save $750 per window, $1,500 per door with leak armor installation. You can visit lakewashingtonwindows.com, a name you can trust.
We are seeing some showers in spots this morning, but we should see partly sunny skies by afternoon. We're headed for a high of 68. Partly cloudy tomorrow and 69, and then Friday, summer arrives in the evening. We'll see scattered showers and quite a bit cooler. 61 on Friday, same deal on Saturday. Right now it's cloudy and 60 in Seattle.
7:45 now. There's a new single from an artist that Chris Sullivan has surely not heard of. It's hit number 1 in its first week, and here to explain is KIRO News Radio's Katrina Gashard.
Let's take a listen to the song, shall we? Any guesses?
Half your brain just isn't there. I actually don't know who that is.
Sabrina Carpenter.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is her new single, Man Child, from her upcoming album, Man's Best Friend. It's a milestone for her. She's a Grammy winner this year, but it's also her first song to ever debut in the top spot on the Billboard chart. So congratulations to her, and her album comes out in August.
Great song, huh, Sully? You like it?
No. Sounds like every other bubblegum whatever for the last 50 years.
Yeah.
I bet you this becomes the song of the summer just because you said that.
Probably.
That's great. I won't hear it. Well, I guess I just did.
He's just upset because the latest album from Rat didn't premiere at number 1. So
Shucks.
He's a little salty.
Yeah. I was really hoping for Scorpions. But,
All right.
Whatever.
Yeah. All right. Well, coming up, we'll have more on the day's top stories, including the devolving situation between Israel and Iran. We head live to Jerusalem next on Seattle's Morning News.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very
calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Hey, it's Dave Ross with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD from Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Dr. Wagner is hosting a free stem cell webinar tonight at 6 o'clock to explain how stem cell therapy works.
I'm really looking forward to this live webinar to educate on how using your own stem cells can be an extremely successful method to help regenerate native tissue in rotator cuffs, meniscus tears, and reduce pain in osteoarthritic joints.
And we'll get to hear about some of our favorite joints.
Shoulders, elbows, hips, knees, even wrists and ankles. And in this live webinar, we'll tell you all about the procedure, how simple and safe it is using your own stem cells, and how we determine if you're a candidate.
If you're in pain, here's a chance to hear from a stem cell specialist who has performed over 20,000 stem cell procedures. Dr. Mark Wagner, live tonight, 6 p.m., a free stem cell webinar to learn all about a procedure that's changed the lives of so many patients. Register now at drmarkwagnermd.com. That's drmarkwagnermd.com.
Bringing you Seattle's morning news since 1974. This is KIRO Newsradio.
7:49 now. Missile barrages continue between Israel and Iran. Iran's supreme leader threatening irreparable damage if the U.S. gets involved in the conflict. Meanwhile, President Trump saying it is very late for Iran to approach the negotiating table. To break down the latest, we go to Jerusalem with CBS News' Robert Berger. Good morning, Robert. A lot going on. Where should we start?
Good morning. Well, I think we should start with President Trump because
everyone here is on edge. Of course, there's a war going on, but on edge to see if America, the United States, is going to join the war. There's a lot of tension and anticipation. Of course, Israelis hope that they do. Israel needs help in bombing one of the last nuclear facilities that's about a half a mile underground. It's called Fordo, and Israel just doesn't have the bunker buster bombs needed to take that out. But we'll have to see what the president ultimately decides.
He was speaking about this just a bit ago. Do we know what the communication is like currently between the U.S. and Israel?
Yeah, I think they're in very close coordination. Israel doesn't want to be seen as pressuring the Trump administration to come in. We've heard from Prime Minister Netanyahu and other senior officials saying that this is a decision for the U.S. to make. As I said, Israel hopes that they'll decide to join, and if not, the Israelis are doing pretty well on their own right now since the war began last Friday. But again, they need help with that one nuclear facility that they just don't really have the capability to take out.
Is there a sense of the die has been cast if, for whatever reason, this war ends in a stalemate, that facility doesn't get taken out? Seems to me the Iranians will devote all of their efforts to building a nuclear weapon as a means of revenge against Israel for this.
Yeah, I mean, that is certainly a concern, because now, ostensibly, the Iranians kept saying, this is for peaceful purposes. Even though, look, you don't need uranium at 60%, which is just a step away from the 90% needed for a bomb. You don't need that for peaceful purposes. I think most of the world understood that. But now that Israel has bombed their nuclear sites, they would openly pursue a bomb if this ends in a stalemate. Now, the Israelis, they've gone this far. They are showing no signs of letting up and plan to continue their strikes inside Iran.
How is the UN reacting to all of this?
Typically, the UN is calling for de-escalation, although, they've been kind of suspiciously quiet. I would even say we've heard Europe, which is always critical of Israel, they understand Israel's need of self-defense. We've heard that from senior officials in Europe. I think probably most of the world, quietly anyway, is breathing a sigh of relief to see that I think most of the world, or a lot of it, don't want to see Iran get a nuclear weapon.
The U.S. has closed the embassy in Israel for the next couple of days. What should we read into that?
Like I said, everyone is on edge. That could be a sign that the U.S. is planning to come in. It's going to be really interesting to see what happens in the next couple of days if the U.S. decides to launch these strikes. In any event, we do have incoming missiles from Iran. It's not as bad as it was in the first couple of days of the war when they were firing maybe 100 missiles toward Israel each day. This morning, overnight, we had about 30 missiles fired at Israel. So that's a drop, and no one was hurt. But still, it's a dangerous situation. So that's also why the embassy's been closed.
All right, Robert, stay safe. We appreciate your time this morning. CBS's Robert Berger with us from Jerusalem.
7:53, and we head over to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk now with Chris Sullivan.
And it looks like we've got a new stall to tell you about. This one right in the heart of downtown Seattle at Seneca, blocking the left lane. So that's another reason why we're a little heavier past I-90, and that's kind of backing us up into the normal commute coming up past the West Seattle Bridge. So we have about a 45-minute trip now to go from South Center into downtown, and still that hour and 15-minute trip all the way from Federal Way. Still losing time up the hill from 5 to 18 because of just earlier problems and an earlier crash and volume. So 35 minutes from Tacoma to Federal Way puts us way behind schedule and gets us pretty close to 2 hours to go from Tacoma to Seattle. Southbound I-5 is getting worse now with a little bit more volume coming through 5 past the Tacoma Dome because because of this stalled semi that is blocking the right lane right there at the Dome. So plan on a couple of extra minutes there. Hour drive, Puyallup up to Renton. Renton to Bellevue is now up over 45 minutes. Maple Valley Highway today is just crawling from 18 all the way up past Cedar Grove and continuing on around the corner. Coming down from the north end, well over an hour from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. The lake bridges are hanging in there. This report brought to you by FlySeaportAir.com, introducing 20 convenient flights per day between Boeing Field and Portland. Easy parking, no TSA. Book today, FlySeaportAir.com.
Our forecast today, we've seen some showers around this morning, but partly sunny by afternoon. 68 the high for today. A dry day tomorrow and 69. The showers are back for Friday with a high of 61. It's cloudy and 60 in Seattle now.
Coming up on CBS News, the latest on the developments between Israel and Iran, plus a major Supreme Court decision on transgender care in Tennessee. That is on the way. You're listening to Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
As the nation's biggest news story makes its way to right here at home.
Anti-ICE protesters turned violent in downtown Seattle.
Trust KIRO News Radio.
Team coverage begins with KIRO News Radio's Quinn Baumgartner.
Watching people graffiti the side of the federal building.
It's why local news and experience matter.
Now to my colleague James Lynch.
I've never seen that large of a contingent of Seattle police officers, an extreme show of force.
KIRO News Radio. Local news coverage you can depend on.
Seattle home prices, well, they just keep going up, and you might be ready to take advantage. If you're getting ready to sell or just moved into a new home, now is the time to get a thorough inspection of your crawl space and attic. And don't do it yourself. You don't want to be crawling around in there. You probably don't even really know what to look for. It's Mike Salk here, and Crawl Pros will go where you don't want to, so you can know if there's anything going on in your crawl space or attic without having to crawl into and evaluate those spaces on your own. A free inspection will let you know if your home is energy efficient and if the air you're breathing is clean and safe. Plus, there are some really great utility rebates available right now to help you with the cost of the new insulation if it's needed. How nice would it be to get someone else to cover that cost? Had them out to my house, and it was a great idea. Did that free corner-to-corner inspection, found some issues, they took the pictures, showed them to me, and then solved the problem. No issues since. If you're worried about critters, mold, water damage, insulation issues, or anything else related to your crawl space or attic, call Crawl Pros or visit crawlpros.com.
If you have aging parents, you've probably worried about their bathroom. That old tub, it's a slip and a disaster waiting to happen. Hi, this is Ursula Royteen. With Bathfitter, you can convert it into a walk-in shower, custom fit, installed in just one day, and backed by a lifetime warranty. No mess, no demo, just a safer, better bathroom. Call Bathfitter today or visit bathfitternw.com to schedule your free consultation. And right now, take advantage of 0% interest for 24 months.
An illegal alien from Guatemala charged with raping a child in Massachusetts. An MS-13 gang member from El Salvador accused of murdering a Texas man. A Venezuelan charged with filming and selling child pornography in Michigan. These are just some of the heinous migrant criminals caught because of President Donald J. Trump's leadership. I'm Kristi Noem, the United States Secretary of Homeland Security. Under President Trump, attempted illegal border crossings are at the lowest levels ever recorded, and over 100,000 illegal aliens have been arrested. If you are here illegally, you're next. You will be fined nearly $1,000 a day, imprisoned, and deported. You will never return. But if you register using our CBP Home app and leave now, you could be allowed to return legally. Do what's right. Leave now. Under President Trump, America's laws, border, and families will be protected.
Sponsored by the United States Department of Homeland Security.
Summer is fast approaching, and it's a great time to get ready for the busy season with help from WaFd Bank.
That's right, Dave. And WaFd Bank offers Collect Early to do it, which opens cash flow for things you need, like hiring summer staff or adding inventory. Collect Early helps you get your invoices paid in hours, not weeks. You'll also get access to other services to efficiently run your business, like projection programs for income and expenses, so you can focus on what really powers your business, your customers.
That sounds like a pretty helpful tool, Brad, because cash flow can be an issue for small businesses. So how does that work again?
With Collect Early, you don't wait weeks to get your invoices paid. It works with just about any invoicing software. So all you need to do is drag and drop to get funds deposited in your WaFd account and use it to help run your business.
Getting paid in hours, not weeks, the way nature intended. Go to wafdbank.com or visit your local branch. Discover why they were awarded Best Bank 3 years in a row. WaFd Bank, built for business. Member FDIC.
Lori,
Lori here from Guardian Roofing, Gutters, and Insulation. Upgrading attic insulation is a popular and cost-effective way to make your home more energy efficient, slashing utility bills. Call now and save $299 off attic ceiling and ventilation, or visit us at guardianroofing.com.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Steve Kathan. The U.S. Supreme Court has upheld Tennessee's ban on gender-affirming care for transgender minors. The ruling has an impact on 26 states with similar laws. Legal contributor Jessica Levinson.
The court is looking at this law and saying, what is the classification on the basis of? Is it on the basis of transgender status? The court says no, it's on the basis of age, because this says minors cannot use certain treatments, and it's on the basis of medical usage.
By one estimate, there are 300,000 people between 13 and 17 who identify as transgender in the U.S. President Trump today called Iran schoolyard bullies in the Middle East as Israel continued to pound targets in Iran from the air. Trump was asked this morning if he plans to order U.S. forces to attack Iran.
You don't know that I'm going to even do it. You don't know. I may do it. I may not do it. I mean, nobody knows what I'm going to do. I can tell you this, that Iran's got a lot of trouble, and they want to negotiate.
Trump's demand for an unconditional surrender was rejected by Iran's supreme leader, who warned against American intervention. CBS News contributor H.R. McMaster, a former Trump national security advisor, on what the president may mean when he says unconditional surrender.
I think what he really means is complete dismantlement of the nuclear program, of its missile programs, and a very intrusive inspection and verification regime associated with that dismantlement.
Overseas, and a new development involving a much-talked-about member of Britain's royal family.
The Princess of Wales has pulled out of the traditional carriage procession at Royal Ascot, one of British horse racing's prime events. Last year, Kate failed to attend because she was still undergoing treatments for an undisclosed form of cancer. This year's decision seems to have come at very short notice, with royal sources saying only that the princess is still trying to get the balance right as she slowly returns to public life. Vicki Barker, CBS News, London.
Federal Reserve policymakers are expected to keep their key interest rate unchanged for the fourth straight time as they wrap up a two-day meeting in a few hours. CBS News business analyst Jill Schlesinger.
They really want to make sure that we don't see a big surge in inflation from those tariffs, and they haven't seen that yet, but they fear that in the next coming months, we could see that move.
President Trump today called Fed Chairman Powell stupid for not cutting rates. Japan's Nippon Steel and U.S. Steel say they've completed a partnership deal in which the U.S. government will essentially have veto power over significant decisions affecting American jobs. And checking Wall Street, right now the Dow Jones Industrial Average is up about 250 points. This is CBS News.
A word from Progressive Insurance. Life can be hard, so Progressive can make bundling your home and auto easy. Hope that helps. Learn more at Progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE.
Coming up, new details on a deadly police chase in Edmonds. But first, we head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk, where Chris Sullivan is monitoring the roads for us.
And we keep adding minutes to our drive, especially on northbound I-5. Because of this stall near Seneca, we are blocking the left lane. We're up to about 50 minutes now from South Center into downtown, and an hour and 20 all the way from Federal Way, maybe even a little bit more. So that's at least a 10 to 12, 15-minute delay for you guys. A little bit behind that, some brake lights up the hill to 18 as well. Also, southbound I-5 continues to struggle through the Tacoma area because of this stalled semi right by the Tacoma Dome. Right lane is blocked there, and we come to a kind of an all-stop as you work your way out of Fife, and that's the reason for it. Got weaving and merging going on, obviously, at the downtown exits, and then you have the right lane blocked by this semi. Looking at the drive out of the north end, about an hour and 10-minute trip from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. It's about average. The lake bridges are not doing too poorly at this point. 45 minutes from Renton to Bellevue, and about an hour and 5 all the way from Puyallup up the Valley Freeway. This report brought to you by D.R. Horton. With over 20 Puget Sound communities, D.R. Horton has the right home for you. Learn more at drhorton.com. D.R. Horton, America's builder, an equal housing opportunity builder.
8:04 on Wednesday, June 18th, 2025. You're listening to Seattle's Morning News. I'm Charlie Harger with Manda Factor.
We are following a deadly police chase in Edmonds, where investigators say the suspect drove off a ferry dock during the chase, killing 2 people in that car.
KIRO Newsradio's Luke Ducey is following the story and joins us live with details.
Yeah, Charlie, this happened just after 11 o'clock last night. State troopers tell me 2 people died, 3 others were seriously injured. Snohomish County deputies say they were chasing a Mini Cooper when it drove onto the Edmonds ferry dock and right into the water. Here's how a witness describes seeing that Mini being pulled out of the water to KIRO 7 TV.
You could see the Mini Cooper being lifted up, and you could see just its underbelly pointed straight at the camera. It's like, wow. And water leaking out of it.
Yeah, witnesses say the car was speeding, apparently, weaving in and out of traffic with its lights off when it headed straight for that ferry dock. The water there is about 40 feet deep and still really cold this time of year. State troopers tell me there were a total of 5 people inside the car. The 3 injured were rushed to Harborview. Here's another witness.
And the ferry showed up, but they wouldn't let it land, and so it was just kind of floating around out here a little bit aimlessly. It was doing little circles and then eventually came back, and it was shining its tracking light on the water, I think presumably trying to help them find people or whatever.
If you use that ferry to commute, obviously right now the ferry terminal is back open. Opened up a little after 5 this morning. Not expecting any delays because of that incident. The investigation continues.
Thank you, Luke. Police swarmed the streets outside Lincoln High School in Tacoma yesterday afternoon, where police say a teenager was shot. KIRO 7 TV's Samantha Lomibao reports from the scene.
Now, I'm still working to confirm with police if that victim is a student here. And we're told that the victim actually walked to the business right here on G Street, just adjacent to the school. And that's when police say they got that 911 call just before 3 p.m. when that victim went to that business for help.
Police are still searching for a suspect. They also say there was a 4-car crash unrelated to the shooting involving a school bus and a responding officer. No serious injuries there. And the wounded teen, the one who was shot, is expected to be okay.
In Island County, a person is missing after a large home explosion in Oak Harbor. KIRO 7 TV's Brandon Thompson reports the explosion happened last night and the house is a total loss.
Neighbors reporting a massive explosion and big flames, and that's exactly what fire crews found when they arrived. 3 people were reportedly in the home. 2 managed to escape with minor injuries, but the last person has still not been found. Fire teams have been on scene for hours, monitoring the hot spots and trying to find that person.
Keeping you informed since 1974. This is the city's longest-running radio news show.
Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
There you go. Now Sully's happy.
He doesn't have to listen to Sabrina Carpenter again.
Amen. Let's just rock.
Well, good morning. I'm Charlie alongside Manda. Chris is there keeping an eye on the roads for us. We have traffic on the 3s every 10 minutes.
Producer David Burbank is here, happy with the Mariners from yesterday and today's game coming up at 1:10. Katrina Gashard is at the news desk with us.
And picking the tunes and running the board, we have Nick Frasia. Thanks for being here today, Nick. We have mild temperatures in the forecast. The clouds should break up just in time for the first pitch at today's game.
Coming up on this hour of Seattle's Morning News, we'll have the latest on President Trump's plans for action in Iran. News Nation's Tom Dempsey has an update from Washington, D.C.
CBS correspondent Ed O'Keefe will have details on the National Guard in Los Angeles and a lawsuit being heard right now.
And there's more. G. Scott will stop by to explain why Amazon is announcing their latest workforce reduction. Hint, AI might have something to do with it.
There's an app for that. All right, 8:08 now, and Washington State Patrol trooper will face charges after turning in front of a motorcycle and crashing into it while driving her personal car off-duty March 1st in Richland.
The crash resulted in the death of the 20-year-old rider. According to court documents, State Trooper Sarah Clayson was drunk hours after the crash. This is from body camera footage just before her arrest. She can be heard refusing field sobriety tests and the breathalyzer.
You're probably aware we're just going to run this like normal. So I'm just going to run you through some voluntary field sobriety tests if you're willing to, okay?
Yeah, I don't think I want to do any.
Okay, all right. What about the PBT? You willing to do voluntary PBT?
I don't want to do any tests based on the
Okay, Okay, understood.
circumstances. Yeah.
What about, obviously you just gave me your verbal statement. Are you willing to write down a statement on paper?
Yeah.
Spokane County Chief Criminal Deputy Preston McCollum says charges are coming. It's not clear exactly when, though. Clayson is currently on administrative leave.
We continue to get updates on this Amber Alert in Tacoma over the weekend. Now a Tacoma dad is asking no charges be filed after his 2-year-old daughter was taken to a stranger's home. This happened on Saturday when the Tacoma toddler was reported missing. An Amber Alert was issued before police tracked the child down to a man's home. Here's Sergeant John Correa.
We were told by the parents that was an unidentified person. They didn't know the person at the time, which is why we moved forward with an Amber Alert.
The man was arrested on an outstanding warrant, but the toddler's father now says he does not want the man to face kidnapping charges. Pierce County Prosecutor's Office is reviewing evidence and doesn't expect to issue charges this week. The office says the father's input will be taken into consideration. Meanwhile, Tacoma police say this is still being treated as a kidnapping case.
A woman was hit and killed early yesterday in Seattle's Capitol Hill neighborhood. Seattle police say it happened about 6:30 in the morning on Boylston Avenue East. A driver was leaving a parking garage and didn't see the woman lying in the street. She was run over and later died at Harborview. Police haven't said it directly, but it appears the woman was homeless and passed out in the road. The driver stayed at the scene and showed no signs of impairment.
Tacoma firefighters responded to more than 300 fires tied to homeless encampments last year. That's according to the News Tribune. Most were caused by cooking fires or discarded smoking materials. Crews say these fires are tough to reach, often in green belts or vacant lots. One fire last month sent black smoke billowing over Fife. It burned through brush, even scorched propane tanks. City says it offers trash removal at camps, but outreach workers say many people burn waste when no other option exists.
It's 8:11. Washington chefs are still waiting for their next big moment. For the 5th straight year, no one from our state won a James Beard Award. That's the top honor in the restaurant world. According to the Puget Sound Business Journal, the last win came in 2019 when Canlis was recognized for its design. Winners were announced on Monday.
The work in the Auburn Police Department is for the birds, literally. On Friday, officers Wright and Nelson rescued 8 ducklings from a storm drain. They used a bucket and some patience to reunite them with their mom.
We can just dip it down and somehow convince them to crawl in. They're intelligent animals.
On you, that just means they trust you, and it's
right.
like, okay.
Here we go. Let's see what we got here.
Here we go, little guys.
Okay.
But that's not only the bird news from Auburn PD, because on Saturday, Officer Hayden stepped in to help an injured hawk near Highway 18. A vet tech and wildlife expert were already there. They just needed help securing the bird. The hawk is now recovering at a rehab center. These are great body cam videos are up on the Auburn PD Facebook page.
Nice work. A blowout victory for the Mariners yesterday, beating the Red Sox 8-0. Mariners catcher Cal Raleigh continued his hot season. He brought in 6 of the 8 runs, including this grand slam in the second.
And Buehler delivers, swinging a high drive deep to right field. Anthony going back to the warning track near the wall. It is grand salami time. Goodbye, baseball. Grandma, get out that rye bread and mustard and make another sandwich.
I love that lives on. Raleigh's 27th home run of the season, the most in all of baseball. Mariners look to win the series this afternoon against the Red Sox. First pitch, T-Mobile Park at 1:10.
Let's get a check on weather brought to us by State Roofing and Exteriors. We're expecting scattered showers today, a high of 68, 69, and partly cloudy for Thursday. Showers make a comeback on Friday and Saturday with highs in the low 60s. We bounce back to right around Sunday, 70 on Sunday with a chance of showers. Right now in Seattle, we have cloudy skies. We're up to 59.
It's 8:13. We check traffic every 10 minutes on the 3s, and we head back to Chris Sullivan. He's at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
And I can't do this job without folks like Adam out driving a Staples rig or Lomax or letting me know, all the people who are out there helping me on the roads, helping to spread the word. Turns out there is a crash inside the Mount Baker Tunnel now. Westbound, I-90, left lane. So not the HOV lane, but the left general purpose lane. And that has us backing up across the lake. Probably going to need about 30 minutes now to go from Bellevue to the Seattle area, which is about 5 to 8 minutes slower than you might expect. 520 is in much better shape. Speaking of the I-5 corridor, we're still struggling from South Center into downtown. We had a stall. We still are working one, as far as I can tell, near Seneca in the left-hand lane. That has us backed up all the way to the beginnings of of Boeing Field. And so we have a 50-minute trip from South Center and an hour and 25 all the way from Federal Way. So pretty ugly there. Still seeing the brake lights up the hill past 18 as well. Now in the southbound direction of I-5, struggling from Fife past the Puyallup River Bridge up to the Tacoma Dome. That's where a stalled semi is still hanging out in the right lane, trying to get this thing out of the way. But that's some really unusual slowing you'll hit as you come down the hill from Fife, and you'll hit the brakes pretty hard there. Valley Freeway about an hour and then about 50 minutes from Renton to Bellevue. Getting reports that the signal might not be working as you work your way up past Jones Road as you head up the Maple Valley Highway, because it's bound bumper to bumper all the way almost back to 18. So that's pretty ugly. Coming down from the north end, well over an hour and 10-minute trip from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. Things look relatively normal there. This report brought to you by Washington 811. If you're digging in your yard, the law requires you to call 811 to avoid dangerous and costly damage. Call 811 or submit online, digsafewa.com.
Drama on the WNBA court. KIRO News Radio's Katrina Gishard is here with details.
Indiana Fever star Caitlin Clark turned up the heat in last night's showdown against the Connecticut Sun. There was a tense back and forth with J.C. Sheldon in the third quarter.
Sheldon all over Clark, and they get into it a bit here. Lexi Hall now gets in Sheldon's face. Caitlin Clark hits the deck.
But she did not back down. Take a listen to this. In the final minutes of the game, this is what happened.
Caitlin Clark from the Commissioner's Cup logo.
That step back three from Caitlin Clark is just unguardable.
The crowd, the folks sitting right there almost fell off their chairs.
That sound courtesy of ESPN. Caitlin was not shy as she celebrated. She shouted at her opponents as the home crowd erupted. The Fever won, by the way, 88-71.
Okay, thanks for that update, Katrina, our chief drama correspondent. It's 8:16.
Seattle's morning news. Hear it live, stream it online, watch the show, or catch the podcast anytime. Seattle's morning news, wherever you are.
Missile barrages continue between Israel and Iran as Iran's supreme leader threatens, quote, irreparable damage if the U.S. gets involved in the conflict.
And to break down the latest from the White House, we check in with News Nation D.C. correspondent Tom Dempsey. Tom, my understanding is the president had some things to say earlier today at the White House as they were dedicating a flagpole.
Yeah, that's right. Good morning, guys, from the White House. I'm actually at the White House right now. And yes, you are correct. This is all part of a flagpole construction. This is President Donald Trump's idea to put up this big grand flagpole on both the north and south lawns of the White House. But more importantly, let's get to the big stuff. You know, he did talk about Iran and this ongoing war with Israel right now, saying that he gave Iran an ultimate ultimatum. That's in President Donald Trump's own words. Now, he didn't really share too much about sort of the United States military involvement or what could lie ahead. But that's sort of the very big question going around right now. We've seen a lot of Israeli strikes over the past few days, and the United States definitely has a military presence in the Middle East region right now that's actually grown over the last few days. So, you know, what could lie ahead? We just don't know at this point. President Donald Trump even says, you know, we may strike, we may not. That was a direct quote from the South Lawn as this flagpole was going up. Again, you know, just yesterday here at the White House, there was a meeting inside the Situation Room, the really secure room inside the West Wing where, you know, senior military leaders and President Trump went over possible options about what could lie ahead. Again, we just don't know what will lie ahead. You know, there's some, you know, reports going around that the government might be considering using what's known as the bunker buster. It's this massive bomb that can actually, you know, penetrate up to 200 feet below ground before it explodes. And that could, you know, potentially target one of these nuclear facilities used by Iran, because that's sort of at the heart of all this. President Trump really sticking to that message that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. So at what length will the United States go to make sure that doesn't happen? Well, the answer to that's still unknown right now.
The president flat out said this morning, nobody knows what I'm going to do. Are GOP lawmakers reacting to that?
Yeah, that's an interesting talker here, because there's been some criticism against the president, you know, with this war and sort of the response to the U.S., even coming from some Republicans, Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene being one of them. She actually posted to social media on Tuesday saying that, you know, gas prices, grocery prices, those should be the things addressed, not necessarily foreign wars. But, let's be clear, too. President Trump is also getting a lot of support from fellow Republicans, and that includes from Senate Majority Leader John Thune, who says, he has the backing of, Senator Thune, and he was saying that President Trump has been within his authority right now. But it's also, one last point to Capitol Hill and Congress right now is that we've seen proposals put forward in both the House and Senate that would limit and prohibit the United States from really conducting any sort of warfare against Iran without congressional approval.
I know it's not healthy, but I have found myself stuck on Twitter/X in the off hours, just watching the latest developments that come in, because this is happening hot and heavy, Tom. And one of the things that I've been following is the account that follows the capacity at pizza restaurants in D.C. Near the Pentagon. They have been very busy, as have donut shops late into the evening. What are some of the indicators you're watching as you try to read the tea leaves here?
I'll be honest, on a personal level, it's tough not to be stressed when you're seeing, these reports come in about, is the United States going to strike? Are we going to drop one of these bunker busters? One thing that I personally have observed, now this is just observations, and I don't want our listeners to take too much from this, but sort of the demeanor of the president. I was particularly a little bit, on the more stressed side when I saw that he announced he was leaving the G7. He seemed really kind of tired, almost frustrated to be at the G7. He was talking to the media there, and then he cut short the visit there, and I said, oh, shoot, what could lie ahead? But, I've watched the president's demeanor aboard Air Force One when he was coming back, even today on the South Lawn of the White House. He seems a little bit lighter to me. And again, I don't want listeners to dive too much into that, but that's one thing I've been watching, aside from that pizza tracker, which is very fascinating. I encourage our listeners to look more into that. But I think it's interesting, too, just seeing sort of how the president is reacting to all this. He was just sort of chit-chatting with reporters today. I think they were talking about TikTok, the One Big Beautiful Bill, tariffs, all sorts of things. It wasn't just all straight seriousness talking about war. And that's just one thing I've kind of observed.
Tom, how far does the president's executive power actually reach here? Does he know all the codes?
Well, yeah, goodness. I'm actually reading a fascinating book right now about nuclear warfare before we go down that route. But yes, the president does have, he definitely absolutely has some authority. And what I want to do, some kind of elaborate on is sort of what's been done with the military. There's been an aircraft carrier strike group on a pre-planned deployment, but that was recently sent to the Middle East. Fighter jets recently sent to the area, refueling aircraft sent to the area. And already we already have 40,000 troops in the Middle East region. So President Trump has hinted, deeper coordination and working alongside Israel. But again, the very big question right now is how deeply involved is the United States going to get with all this?
Yeah, Tom, you're reading Annie Jacobson's Nuclear War Scenario, aren't you?
It's one of the scariest books I've ever read. I'm going to be completely honest. And yes, you're absolutely right.
Yeah, okay. It definitely a must read, especially when you look at the context of what's happening now. From here, Tom, when are we expecting any other statements from the White House today? I mean, is this the sort of thing the president would announce on Truth Social?
Who knows? Your guess is as good as mine. One thing I thought was one particular quote that stood out to me from the president and directly related to the question you just asked is that the president said the next week will be very big. And I think what he's hinting at is saying that Iran has reached out about wanting to negotiate. Now, in regards to that, President Trump said, it's coming in a little too late, especially after those strikes we saw from Israel. But, the president saying he did issue an ultimate ultimatum, in his own words, to Iran. So what I would definitely presume is that there's going to be much more talks between the Trump administration, Israel, and Iran. But, again, as far as the military action, we just don't know at this point. But certainly, the supreme leader of Iran came out earlier this morning saying that Iran will never surrender. So, again, the big question mark, what could lie ahead with all this?
Tom, thanks so much for all the updates. We appreciate it. News Nation DC correspondent Tom Dempsey with us from the White House.
8:23 now. We head over to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk where Chris Sullivan is following the road.
And we've jumped up to 40 minutes now to make the drive from Bellevue to Seattle on I-90. That is about a 25-minute delay. The reason, we've got a crash inside the Mount Baker Tunnel, right there in the left-hand lane. Apparently a lot of debris through there, so we've got got a lot of slowing to deal with across the lake there. 520 is a much better option, though it does come with the max toll. We are looking at still about an hour and a half drive now from Federal Way to Seattle. We just keep adding minutes because of the stall we have up near Seneca. We're backed up from the beginning of Boeing Field all the way into downtown. 509 and 99 are also getting really slow as well. Plus, we're losing minutes up the hill to Highway 18. Speaking of the area around 5, southbound 5 struggling across the Puyallup River Bridge up to the Tacoma Dome, where the right lane remains blocked for that disabled semi. The rest of Pierce County, though, is clearing out, and Puyallup to Renton is getting closer to being back under an hour, which is great. Our friend Moss let me know that it is the light at Jones Road, which is malfunctioning on the Maple Valley Highway, and that's why it's backed up all the way from Highway 18. That's ugly. That's not moving. If you have another option, like the Issy Hobart Road, I would go there and not look back. Renton to Bellevue, 50 minutes, hour and 10 from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. And forgot, I know we're running a little long here, but over in Gig Harbor, as you approach Wallajah, it looks like we got some debris in the road. Looks like a couple of 2x4s. So just watch your speeds through the area. This report brought to you by Northwest Hope and Healing. Join them for Life in Color, August 17th, honoring the journey, those impacted by cancer. You can get your tickets at nwhopeandhealing.org.
Scattered showers for the morning, but partly sunny by afternoon, warming up to 68 for today. It's cloudy and 60 in Seattle now.
You're listening to Seattle's Morning News.
This hour is brought to you by WaFed Bank.
KIRO Newsradio is right there with you.
A big story developing this morning
on your smart speaker before you head out the door.
We get the latest live from KIRO Newsradio's Luke Ducey.
Huge impacts for Boeing and Boeing workers.
The office, the gym, anywhere.
Water, like taxes, goes all the way down to the bottom, so it'll either come out of the employee's paycheck or the lack of raise.
KIRO News Radio. We're on YouTube, our app, your smart speaker, and 97.3 FM.
Summer is the time to feel and look your best, but I'm not talking about your abs or tan. Guys, I'm talking about your hair. Restore that bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to thinning during Advanced Hair's once yearly summer savings event. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your very own hair the very next day, and they guarantee your new hair will grow. They are the team that addressed my hair loss, and I recommend them to everyone. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar. Advanced Hair's summer sales event is on for a limited time. So get the details and schedule your free consultation today. 425-449-8185. One-day treatment, life-changing results. With Advanced Hair, your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Check out the incredible before and afters and make the call now while their summer savings event is still on. That's 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
Welcome to this week's Puget Sound Express Whale Report. According to naturalists from Puget Sound Express, we are in the midst of a humpback comeback. In the early 20th century, humpbacks were nearly wiped out by commercial whaling. Thanks to conservation efforts, the number of humpbacks off of the coast has grown to more than 2,000. The famous humpback Big Mama was the first humpback to venture into the Strait of Juan de Fuca in 1997, and whale watchers are excited that she has returned again this year with a new calf. Family-run Puget Sound Express offers daily guaranteed whale watching tours departing from Edmonds. These half-day tours are Seattle's most popular and well-reviewed whale tours. Puget Sound Express also offers tours out of beautiful Port Townsend and Port Angeles on the Olympic Peninsula. Don't miss out on your chance to see whales in the wild. Family-run Puget Sound Express guarantees you'll see whales or your next trip is absolutely free. Book online at PugetSoundExpress.com.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that. And third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was going to unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
If you have aging parents, you've probably worried about their bathroom. That old tub? It's a slip and a disaster waiting to happen. Hi, this is Ursula Royteen. With Bathfitter, you can convert it into a walk-in shower, custom fit, installed in just one day, and backed by a lifetime warranty. No mess, no demo, just a safer, better bathroom. Call Bathfitter today or visit bathfitternw.com to schedule your free consultation. And right now, take advantage of 0% interest for 24 months.
At Clear Choice Dental Implant Centers, we get that your teeth, your budget, and your story are all unique to you, which is why our experts who specialize in dental implants will build a custom solution around each patient's needs. With personalized treatment plans and third-party financing options, we'll help you get your new teeth on your terms. Visit clearchoice.com or call 888-SMILE-05 to schedule your free consultation today and let us help Seattle start smiling again.
Office is owned by Dr. Alfonso Pinheiro.
Take your business to the next level in 2025 with help from WaFd Bank. WaFd Bank's business accounts and cash flow tools get you paid in hours, not weeks, so you can grow your business and meet your goals. You need a best bank. Visit wafdbank.com to learn more. Member FDIC.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. It's 8:31. Deputies are trying to dispel a new rumor on social media that Travis Decker, the homeless former soldier at the center of a manhunt in eastern Washington, has been captured.
This comes as investigators have released new images of what Decker could look like now after 3 weeks on the run.
KIRO Newsradio's Luke Ducey is here in the studio with more on those fake videos floating around.
Yeah, Charlie and Amanda, I'm going to start by saying there are some messed up people out there, you know? I mean, who would do this? It's not just one TikTok video claiming Decker has been captured. It took me a few seconds to find dozens of fake videos like this one.
Travis Decker has officially been arrested at the border. Authorities say he was trying to escape across the border, blending in with a group of illegal migrants in a desperate bid to vanish for good.
I mean, come on. A fake report. Anyone listening, fake report on TikTok. Decker has not been captured. He is wanted on suspicion of killing his 3 daughters. There is a new search area, though, we want to tell you about. Yesterday, we tracked a search helicopter circling the foothills of the Teanaway Valley, just 5 miles away from Cle Elum. Last night, around 11 o'clock, another helicopter searched the enchantments again. You'll remember, a week into the search, deputies got a tip, then spotted and started tracking a lone hiker near Kolchuk Creek or Lake in the enchantments, and then down into the valley near Ingalls Creek Trail. Back to today, Kittitas County is saying that they have tactical teams on the ground searching for Decker as we speak. They are asking everyone in the area around Liberty and Teanaway to be on the lookout for any suspicious person, to check their trail cameras, check your ring cameras for any signs of Decker. And there are also new images of what Decker could look like right now. Say if he shaved his head or shaved his beard, changed his appearance. So check my channel out on X, at Luke KIRO. I have those photos up there right now. We're also going to have those renderings on mynorthwest.com. And also, a reminder, there is a public memorial service for Peyton, Evelyn, and Olivia in Wenatchee scheduled for this Friday. We're going to have those details on My Northwest as well.
Thank you, Luke. Central Pierce Fire and Rescue is ramping up training for new recruits and dry conditions as they continue to grip the region. Despite rain in the forecast, Jake Weigley warns it won't be enough to offset the moisture deficit.
We're already experiencing small fires in the region, things that we probably wouldn't see traditionally until mid-July.
Says you should stay vigilant and fire safe. The newly merged fire district now covers 180 square miles. Just in time for what could be a long, hot summer.
We need to check the roads, and for that we head back to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk as we do every 10 minutes. Here's Chris Sullivan.
And got some positive news to share for those of you stuck in this backup on westbound I-90. The crash inside the Mount Baker Tunnel has cleared. The problem, we have a 40-minute trip from Bellevue to Seattle. That is about a 25-minute delay for you. It's going to be rough getting across the lake for the next little bit on I-90, but it is getting better. 520, certainly a better bridge, though it's about 22 minutes to get across. Northbound I-5, it looks like we might have cleared the stall, according to our good friend Adam, who's out there on northbound I-5 past Seneca. Either way, we still have about 50 minutes from South Center and an hour and 20 all the way from Federal Way. Also looking at brake lights up the hill as well. Southbound 5 continues to struggle, at least about a 10-minute delay through Fife, getting towards the Puyallup River Bridge and then the Dome. That's where the stalled semi continues to sit in the left lane. Looking at the Valley Freeway, though, that's the right lane there in Tacoma. The Valley Freeway clearing out back under 50 minutes from end to end. Have about 48 from Renton to Bellevue. Out of the north end, still hour and 15-minute trips from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. There's a nice long gap on I-5 until you get back down to about 85th, and then it struggles all the way down. This report brought to you by Superior Linen Service. You never get a second chance to make a first impression. Plus 98 years servicing quality uniforms, floor mats, and more. Call Superior Linen Service or visit suplinen.com.
Last couple of days of spring, and it feels like it. Scattered showers in the forecast today. A high of 68, not a washout by any means. Partly cloudy tomorrow, a high of 69. Friday, the first official day of summer. Scattered showers, a high of 61. 60 for a high Saturday, 70 on Sunday. Right now in Seattle, 59 and cloudy at 8:36.
For more than 50 years, the voice Seattle trusts. This is Seattle's Morning News on KIRO Newsradio.
Yesterday, a federal appeals court in San Francisco heard arguments on whether President Trump can continue deploying California's National Guard in Los Angeles to protect ICE officials.
This comes after a district judge ordered the president to return control of the National Guard to California Governor Gavin Newsom. Meanwhile, the Trump administration has deployed another 2,000 National Guard troops to the L.A. area this week.
And a lot of people are wondering if Seattle's next. Covering this for CBS News is senior White House and political correspondent Ed O'Keefe. Ed, this centers around a law known as Title 10. Can you explain what that is?
Yeah, it essentially grants a president the general authorities to deploy troops as needed and often National Guard to either supplement natural disaster recovery or potentially overseas as part of operations. There's a sort of subsection of Title 10 that allows for this kind of deployment in instances of as it's described, basically, foreign intervention of some kind or rebellion. And it's sort of on that kind of term, rebellion. What exactly does that mean? That is at the crux of a lot of this. The other element of this, though, is that when a president is going to deploy National Guard into a state, they usually have got to seek the consent or request from the governor. And in this case, that did not happen. There was no consultation with Gavin Newsom of California, and it's on those grounds that the governor has sued. But this three-judge panel of the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, which is now hearing the case, seem a little skeptical of California's arguments about whether the court should second-guess the president. And the administration argues the court shouldn't be involved at all, that this is something he can do, and that the law is not reviewable by courts.
Ed, before we let you go quickly, there are a lot of moving parts in this world right now, a lot of tension. Can you just describe the mood there at the White House?
Look, yesterday was all about Iran. That was the instruction given to staffers that the president would be focused on that, and he spent a good chunk of the day focused on this big question. Should the United States be involved in helping Israel take out Iran's nuclear weapons program or potential nuclear weapons program, its nuclear program broadly? That would involve direct U.S. military deployment. B-2 bombers, 30,000-pound bunker buster bombs to take out an enrichment facility about 60 miles southwest of Tehran. American pilots flying American jets on behalf of an operation started by Israel. There's a lot of consternation and concern in the president's base of support about potentially getting tangled up in another foreign war. They have supported the president all these years, 10 years and a few days exactly, since he first started running for president, because he was such a critic of the Iraq war, skeptical of the Afghanistan operations, and in recent years has said he wasn't going to do it. But what he's also said throughout his political career is Iran shouldn't have a nuclear weapon. And so you've started to see the White House lay out the argument for potentially engaging in this operation and argue that if it's in the interest of U.S. national security and in fulfilling a big goal and promise of the president that Iran would never have a nuclear program that could develop weapons, that might be justification to get involved. No decision as far as we can tell as of yet. It could come today. It could come in the coming days, depending on how operations continue between Israel and Iran. But it is a big focus. And then, you've got issues like the One Big Beautiful Bill, which the Senate is working through. You've got these immigration issues out west and across the country and the unprecedented deployment of troops. So many big issues going on here.
Ed O'Keefe, senior White House and political correspondent for CBS News. You're a busy man, Ed, and we appreciate your time today.
Take care.
It's 8:39, Chris. So what's coming up in traffic?
Well, we're going to take a look at the slowing on northbound I-5 getting into Seattle and the southbound 5 slowing past the Dome. We'll break it down for you next.
KIRO Newsradio, the Northwest's trusted news source.
Get the latest from KIRO Newsradio's James Lynch.
It happened Wednesday morning just after 6 o'clock.
Experienced voices you trust.
Several people hurt after a violent Saturday in Pierce County.
Coverage you depend on.
More from KIRO Newsradio's Matt Markovich.
It's as close to a veto warning as you could possibly get.
KIRO Newsradio. We're on YouTube, our app, your smart speaker, and 97.3 FM.
I'm Chris Davis, former King County prosecutor and founder of the Davis Law Group in Seattle. If you've been injured in a crash caused by impaired or drunk drivers, there are special considerations that need to be taken to protect your legal rights. Davis Law Group's team of investigators and lawyers know how to properly investigate DUI crashes and identify all parties who might be legally responsible for your injuries and damages. Call Davis Law Group at 206-888-8888 or get my free book at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
G. Scott here with former Seahawks Cliff Averill and Doug Baldwin. I heard you guys are having a celebrity pickleball tournament to raise money for Nourishing Champions. Why pickleball?
Obviously, it's a growing sport, but also this model is that we will actually be playing with community.
We are the most competitive people, so regardless of how sorry Doug might be, he will be out there competing like it's a Super Bowl.
Sign up for the Celebrity Pickleball Tournament, open to all skill levels. For details, go to championsofchangefoundation.org/pickleball.
Hey guys, it's Keith Dashafee from Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington, and we are not done celebrating 100 years of industry leadership. For a limited time, get $100 off every window, $100 off every door, or choose 60 months of 0% financing with no interest and equal payments. That's right, 100 years strong, and we're giving you more ways to save on the Pella difference. Schedule your free consultation today at PellaPNW.com. Thank you again for letting us serve you in the Northwest.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
Someone says they're from Medicare? Hang up. Medicare never cold calls. Offered free medical equipment or services? Toss it. It's likely a scam. Got your Medicare statement? Read it. Spot something strange? Report it. You can fight it. The Washington State Office of the Insurance Commissioner Fraud Prevention Service is free, unbiased, and here for you.
Search Washington Medicare fraud or call 800-562-6900. That's 800-562-6900.
It's 8:43. Chris Sullivan is at the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk.
And we just cleared the stalled semi that's been hanging out by the Tacoma Dome for the last couple of hours. So that's positive news, and hopefully the backup that begins in Fife all the way past the Dome will dissipate here quickly. But we've got about a 10-minute delay through the area. It was hanging out in the right-hand lane, but it's not there anymore. At least a look at the last camera shot shows me that. So that's positive. Also positive is that we're seeing an improvement on northbound I-5 up through Federal Way and then up into the South Center area, but it's still going to struggle from South Center to downtown, primarily from the beginning of Boeing Field. We got ourselves about a 50-minute trip from South Center and an hour and 20 all the way from Federal Way. Valley Freeway getting much better, back under 50 minutes to run from end to end, probably closer to 45. But if you're up the Valley Freeway, up the Maple Valley Highway, we are going to see heavy braking up out of Highway 18, up past Cedar Grove. It looks like the light is malfunctioning at Jones Street, so that's just before you get around the corner, and that's causing a huge backup. Renton to Bellevue, back under 50 minutes. Coming down from the north end, we've got about an hour and 10-minute trip from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. Still have about 35 minutes to go from Bellevue to Seattle on I-90. That's because of an earlier crash inside the Mount Baker Tunnel that cleared, so we're starting to get better, but it's just going to take a little while for that to clean out. 520 is a much better bridge, but it comes with the max toll. KIRO News Radio Real-Time Traffic, I'm Chris Sullivan.
And our forecast, seeing some showers in spots this morning. We should dry out for the afternoon and see some peaks of sunshine. 68 the high for today. Tomorrow looks like a dry day, 69, partly sunny, and then here come the showers again on Friday. We'll cool off to 61. Saturday looks pretty much the same, but again, we'll see some peaks of sunshine. Right now in Seattle, it's 61.
I watched this video yesterday, Katrina. Let's talk about it. It's a relaxing swim at a waterfall in India, and it goes wrong.
It does. Not my favorite topic, but I just have to bring it to you. So the swim turned into a race for who could swim the fastest. Swimmers at Kempty Falls, it's a popular tourist destination, saw a snake. The snake was just chilling, hanging out on the rocks, minding its own business. Then some people approached it to take pictures, but the snake then lunged into the water. So video of the entire incident is now all over social media. Take a listen. It is just chaos. The video has been viewed nearly 1 million times, and many people say the swimmers, they were not moving fast enough.
I could be Michael Phelps in this situation. This is a giant snake, and it is just swimming through the water, and people are freaking out.
I just pulled up the picture. That's a giant snake.
It's huge.
No, thank you.
Yeah, I don't do snakes.
Much like Dr. Jones, I hate snakes.
Oh, Indiana Jones?
Jones,
I think. It took me a second.
Henry Jones.
Put your whip away.
Yeah, all right.
Okay, it's 8:46.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Well, I'm here with my good buddy, Dr. Dan Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. And you've heard from Dr. Dan's patients over the years how a simple stem cell procedure has successfully conquered their pain. Well, folks, now it's my turn. After years of dealing with knee pain from all the football abuse, I can say my knee pain now is almost 100% gone. How'd you do it, Dr. Dan?
Well, Brock, personally, I'm very happy that you did so well. And your story is like so many of our other patients who come in, former athletes and non-athletes as well, who have come in with chronic knee pain, and they are looking for alternatives besides knee replacement surgery. And we're happy to provide this service. It's been truly a game changer for so many folks. It's just been a pleasure to be part of this.
Consider Dr. Nelson, the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. I was in and out with a couple of follow-ups. It's a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD at 425-823-4000 or visit DanielNelsonMD.com. That's DanielNelsonMD.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Seattle's morning news. Hear it live, stream it online, watch the show, or catch the podcast anytime on mynorthwest.com.
8:49, joining us from the G and Ursula show is G. Scott. G, yesterday I left the show a little early. I had a doctor's appointment, so I'm driving down the road listening to you and Manda.
Yeah.
He treated me like a lady.
G went full Eddie Haskell yesterday. You were like, gosh, Manda, that's a tremendous point. I see where you're coming from, Manda. G.
Hey, you know what we call that, Charlie?
What?
Code switching. Hey, people listening right now, some of y'all are going to your jobs, you know dang on well. You listen to one type of music in the car, but as soon as you get inside of corporate America, wow, hello, everything is swell around here. Hello. I'm ready to do my job. Hello, boss.
Heavens to Betsy, Manda. I hadn't thought of it that way.
All right, let me get to some news, though, because it looks like Amazon and CEO Andy Jassy will be trading human jobs for more efficient robot army, right? We're going to see how this is going to play out. It looks like, who knew that in 2023, we would bring the Terminator back for an office edition. What do I mean by that? Right now, Amazon has just announced that they will be reducing its corporate workforce as it increases the use of AI services. He said there's going to be, the shift is part of a broader effort to improve efficiency in operations, including inventory and customer service. While this announcement right there, have they going to eliminate some jobs? Yes. However, they do say that this will bring on new opportunities. Just to remind you, there was an announcement that followed a previous warehouse closure in Tukwila, if you guys remember that, and that affected 172 workers. So what's happening? AI, y'all.
It's coming after all of us.
Look here. If the CEO Andy Jassy is doing this, and some of y'all are, I need to say something nice to my wife. ChatGPT, say something to my wife. Y'all got ChatGPT talking to your spouse. You got ChatGPT writing birthday cards for you. Everybody is using AI, and Andy Jassy said, so are we.
I'm old enough to remember 30 years ago when the internet started getting really popular. And there were people saying, no, it will never overtake any other forms of media, blah, blah, blah. And here we are 30 years later. It's impossible to imagine life for many of us without the internet. It's going to be, in my opinion, 30 years from now, it's going to be the same about AI. It is going to be a massive disruptor and part of our lives.
You need to hop on the train or be left behind.
All right. Now I want to kind of take the joking part out of it. I kind of want to be serious for a second. February 2023 was the first time I remember Chef and I, the producer for the G and Ursula show. His government name is Andrew Lanier, but I don't call him by his government name. I remember February 2023, and we were talking about, this AI, what's this? We're kind of talking back and forth. I was like, this kind of seems weird. Almost feels like this is the internet happening all over again. And then a couple months kept progressing, and we kept talking about it. And then by the time the summertime came of 2023, I'm like, man, this could be real serious. And here we are now, and we are really 2 years into this thing, and I'm scared. Sure. I'm really scared. And I'm scared about jobs, but more importantly, I am scared because we already have a conflict resolution problem in this country. And before we, as humans, Americans, the world, we talked things out, we met in person, we had conversations. Now we have situations where AI can literally have a conversation for you. AI can have you, and we're going to go to that, all of us. And the more we go to it, the more it builds. And one day, not trying to be funny, I don't know if it's going to be 10 years, 50 years, but what happens when AI is like, all right, humans, I'm done with you.
Yeah.
Now, that sounds kind of weird for me to say that. Sounds like a movie.
It doesn't to me, which is terrifying because I think it's coming.
Yeah. There's gonna come a year where this AI is going to be like, hey, Charlie, shut up and sit down. That's what AI is going to tell us. And it's really...
Wait, are you AI? Because you tell me that all the time.
I'll be back.
Thanks, G.
All right. See, by the way, I'm going to start being nicer when I come in here. A lot less calm. Manda likes it that way.
That's not the agreement. You have to be mean to Charlie. That's part of you coming on the show.
Oh, Charlie!
Let's head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. Here's Chris Sullivan.
And we've had a slew of issues in the last little bit. Come and go and stick around. All sorts of stuff on the Valley Freeway. We had a stall that was blocking a lane near Ellingson, which just moved off to the shoulder. That all happened in the last 10 minutes. We're cleaning up some debris on northbound 167 right after 15th Northwest. So we've got some extra slowing there again. And we've pushed back up over 50 minutes again from Puyallup to Renton. And Renton to Bellevue was still running right around 50 minutes. Back down to about a half an hour now to get across the lake on I-90 after we had that earlier crash inside the Mount Baker Tunnel. 520 is almost as bad, 25 minutes there, plus the max toll. Southbound I-5 getting a lot better past the Dome now that we have cleared that semi that was blocking the right lane. Federal Way to Seattle still about an hour and 20 minutes with 45 of those minutes from South Center. The Renton to Bellevue Drive I already gave you, still over an hour from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. And for those of you trying to get into Gig Harbor, we now have another crash. This one is right by Burnham Drive, blocking a lane. We've got a couple mile back behind it. This report brought to you by FlySeaportAir.com. Convenient flights between Boeing Field and Portland with Seaport Airlines. Parking steps away, no TSA. Visit FlySeaportAir.com.
Scattered showers for the morning hours, partly sunny by afternoon, and a high of 68. And it's 61 right now.
Seattle Police Chief Sean Barnes joins the Gia and Ursula show. That's coming up on KIRO Newsradio.
Get 0% financing for 72 months on Cat compact construction equipment at NC Machinery. Built for performance, durability, and comfort. Buy now and take advantage of 0% financing for 72 months at NC Machinery.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with X5 Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle. G and Ursula. Weekdays from 9 to noon on KIRO News Radio.
Need a new roof but not in the budget? A new roof doesn't have to break the bank. Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. Right now, State Roofing and Exteriors is offering 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. That's 2 years with no payments while getting the protection your home deserves. But this offer won't last forever. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to get on our summer schedule now. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
Are you trying to buy a new home, or are you a local real estate agent seeking financing for a client? We're all tired of dealing with banks, credit unions, and endless guidelines. Wouldn't it be nice to go back in time when we had common sense lending? Hi, I'm Scott Rureka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We are one of the largest local private portfolio lenders in Washington. We've helped thousands of home buyers and real estate investors reach their financial goals by leveraging the Legacy Common Sense borrowing platform. What that means is we lend our own money, we make our own decisions.